Hey loves, it's your girl Mariah Sincere, and I'm back with another bomb live. If you are new to my channel, welcome. Please hit the like button. For those of y'all who are coming in, hit that like button, smash that like button when you come in. That helps people know that I am on live. Today, we are going to have an amazing show. For those of y'all who do not know me, I am Mariah Sincere. I'm a life coach who specializes in helping people radically transform their lives. I've been able to do it myself. At the beginning of last year, I was miserable, hating where I was, and I decided that I wanted to move into another country. And within 6 months, I did. I give big Gemini energy. When I want to get stuff done, I get it done. If you know my story, you know I've been through a traumatic childhood, toxic relationships, all of that. So if you need help working through those type of issues, if you like my lease and perspective on life, hit me up at thepassportsis@gmail.com. And that's also in the description box. So I'm just going to wait on a couple people to get in here, y'all. This show is going to be so good tonight. Like, I'm very excited. I feel like I found my lane. To be honest, guys, it kind of like, and I've said this before, but for those of y'all who haven't caught those shows, like, I got so tired of like talking about relationships. So now that I'm talking more about politics and the state of the world, I feel like I'm more in my element. And I'm grateful for those of y'all who are still rocking with me. I have lost some subscribers, but I knew that would come along with it. A lot of people, they're not open to hearing different ideas. And that is what it is. Or they just don't want to hear that, especially if you're a very liberal person, or especially if you're very like left leaning. And I hate to say that because we don't really even have a real left in this country. But if you're like an old school Democrat type of person, I understand how the stuff that I say is going to be off putting, but that's okay. I'm here to open your mind. I'm here to have real talking conversation. If you want to go hear a mainstream narrative, go watch CNN or MSNBC. I'm not none of those. But, I'm always open to discussion. At the end of this live, I'm going to open it up. You can come give your differing opinion. I'm always here for a back and forth. I'm always here to be challenged. I'm always here to hear a different side and perspective. But with that said, if you are a sensitive person, I'm not the person for you to watch. I'm really not. Again, thank you guys for coming in. Please hit the like button. Hop in the comment section, guys. Y'all get out of these lives what you put into it. So if y'all are talking and y'all are giving me stuff to go back and forth with y'all about, it's going to be popping in here. It's going to be jumping. But you can't be talking about a live is boring and you boring. You get out of life what you put into it. So, but if you just want to be here and watch, that's fine too. I appreciate all the support. With that said, guys, before I get into all the other topics that I wanted to discuss today, so we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to talk about Trump's trade war with Colombia. I'm going to get into it about the whole drama with tonight's conversation. And technically, it's not really relationship talk. It's talk about people who talk about relationship talk. But we're going to talk about that drama and the lessons that can be learned with it. Honestly and truly, the relationship conversation, even though people are going to keep tuning into it, like it's dead. And it's a lot of disingenuous people on the internet. So we're going to talk about that. We are going to talk about our new ally in Argentina. Like when I show y'all Argentina's new president, well, he got elected in 2023. Y'all, I didn't think there was a world leader that was crazier and had more antics than Donald Trump. This man is way more thrown off in Donald Trump, but he comes from a similar background. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about these celebrities crying on the internet over mass deportation, which is ridiculous. We're going to talk about DEI. I'm going to touch on that again. Matter of fact, let's get into these celebrities. Hey, She Baby Talks. Hey. Thank you. Oh, that's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I'm glad you're popping in. And again, if y'all want to disagree, we can disagree. I'll open it up at the end. I have no problem with that. Hey, Cha-Cha. And Cha-Cha, I hope you come back, girl. She was like the first one to leave a comment. Okay, so first of all, let's talk about this Selena Gomez thing. Okay. So y'all know Donald Trump ran on deporting illegal immigrants. And when he made Tom Homan the border czar, Tom Homan has said for like the past month, we are going to start by deporting people who have committed crimes. That's what the man said. They've been saying it every single day. It's not nothing new. It's not a surprise. All of these sanctuary cities who were saying they were going to resist, Tom Homan has went on the news several times saying, if your issue is us deporting what you view as innocent, illegal people who have done nothing, even though they broke the law when they came in here illegally, but if you have a problem with that, then the best thing for you to do is cooperate. Hold the people who are illegal and committing crimes in the jails. Hold them until we get there to take them. What these sanctuary cities are doing, they're saying, hey, well, that's not our job. That's y'all job to go get them. So you're going to have to go get them. And when y'all see some of the crimes that these people are getting arrested for, rape, sexual assault, violent robberies, they're getting arrested and re-released right on the streets. Stuff that, like, I don't understand what we're defending here. And they're having to go into these people's home and get them. And as a result, there are other illegal immigrants who live with them who didn't do nothing. They're just catching a stray. Because now ICE is going in there and they're saying, oh, the rest of y'all ain't got no papers either. We weren't looking for you, but you got to come with us too. When if the sanctuary cities would have just been like, here's the bad guy, you know, then other people would have been able to avoid ICE. So I'm not understanding. It's like they have this all or nothing mentality. But I'm going to show y'all this TikTok of Selena Gomez seeking attention and crying. Now, if y'all don't know, Selena Gomez, I believe she's either part or fully Mexican, but I don't even know if she really speaks Spanish. Like, honestly and truly, I be forgetting that the girl is Hispanic. And I'm pretty sure most like Latinos, Latinas, like, I don't think that they see Selena Gomez and be like, that's a Latina. And I'm saying that because if you've been around the Latino community, like, they're always going in on Jenny Ortega, basically anybody who was raised in the United States who was not really raised around the culture. They will say, you're not Latina, you're not Latino. Like, it's a mess, you know. But Selena is a no sabo kid. What is that? Explain that to me, please. I don't know what that is. So yeah, so she getting on here talking about my people. I'm gonna show y'all what this girl talking about. Getting on my nerve, attention seeking. All of these celebrities, all they do is attention seek. They hop on trends in attention seek. Because she wasn't doing all this when President Obama deported 3 million immigrants. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna show y'all. One second, I need to pause my sound.
I just want to say that I'm so sorry. So many people are getting attacked. The children. I don't understand. I'm so sorry.
It's the lies for me. Have y'all seen anybody getting attacked? Have y'all seen the police attacking any of these illegal immigrants? I've seen them put them in handcuffs and remove them from buildings. I have not seen anybody getting attacked. As an American citizen, if you break the law in this country, the police are going to come get you. And they are going to put you in handcuffs, and they are going to put you in a car, and they are going to put you in jail, wherever you may be, whether it's at the schoolhouse, in front of your children, at the store, wherever. Why people seem to think that if you were in this country illegally, you should be given special and preferential treatment over American citizens, I do not know. I do not know. You will not ever see Selena Gomez sitting up on the internet crying because a single mother that went into a store and shoplifted is being separated from her children and has to go to jail. You would never see it. You would never see it. Okay. And that's the issue that I have with a lot of American citizens who sit up here and try to demonize their own countrymen for being against illegal immigration because they have absolutely no empathy for their own countrymen. They will sit up and tell us, we don't have empathy. Where's your heart? Where's your sympathy? But when American citizens are saying, hey, I'm having to deal with an increase in crime rate, when they're saying, hey, one of my children got unalived by somebody who wasn't even supposed to be here, or as a truck driver, I can't even make the money that I used to make because you have people who are coming here driving these trucks who came in here illegally and didn't even do it the right way, and they're willing to work for a lower wage, so now I can't afford to feed my family. When Americans are telling stories like this, they don't even want to hear it. They dismiss it. They don't have any empathy for their fellow countrymen. But you will see Selena Gomez on TikTok crying about rapists, because that's who's getting rounded up right now. You have some people who are catching strays, but the vast majority of the people who are going to jail right now in these first roundups that just got started are criminals. In Dallas today, they just arrested 84, and all of them had a criminal record. So what the hell are you getting on the internet crying over criminals for? Meaning she doesn't know Spanish like that. Yeah, like, girl, they don't really claim you like that, sis. I don't know why you sitting up talking about my people. They ain't claiming you like that. Girl, she was being so dramatic, just extra. It's all for attention. It's all for marketing. It's all for cool points.
Mariah, I wish I could do something, but I can't. I don't know what to do. I'll try everything, I promise.
And again, I ain't seen Selena Gomez not one time get on TikTok crying over these little girls. And there have been many who have been in the news who have gotten raped. Some of them got gang raped by a lot of these illegal males who were coming into the country. And people will get mad if you bring that up and say, oh, you're trying to paint all illegal immigrants as criminals. No, I'm not. But the fact of the matter is, when you come into this country illegally, and you, especially if you cross the border, we have absolutely no way to vet you. We don't know these people's histories. We don't have a background check. Me as an American citizen, in order to get a visa in Colombia, I have to get an FBI background check with fingerprints. And I agree, ain't nothing wrong with that. That is the process. A lot of these people who they sitting up crying over, you cannot go into their country and behave the way that they choose to come into our country. So we don't even know who's here. Everybody knows in South America that the Venezuelan government emptied out their prisons. They literally did this and sent all of them up here. We don't know what they were in prison for. Hence why they don't even want to take their own citizens back. They don't want to take their citizens back because they know they did not send their best. Okay. Same thing with Colombia. And we're going to talk about how Donald Trump got into his first trade war. It began yesterday and it ended yesterday with the Colombian government. But let me finish this out. Hold on. Actually, I think that was done. I don't want to watch no more of that, really. It was just a whole bunch of foolishness. Now, for those of y'all who do not know, I am an immigrant in Colombia. Right now, I'm visiting the United States. I will be back next month, at the beginning of next month, in February. And to be honest, I actually miss Latin America. And let me be clear, I have absolutely no problem with legal immigration to the United States. I believe we should have it with stipulations. And this is why. This is why I say a lot of these bleeding heart liberals, y'all need to go expose yourself to the real world. Y'all need to go stay in another country. Me, as an American citizen, if I want to be in Colombia, I have to make 10 times the minimum wage that a Colombian person makes. And I need to be able to show proof that I can sustain myself, meaning I cannot come over there and get on public assistance and welfare or anything like that. And for a lot of public services, they have a higher fee if you are an immigrant, if you are a foreigner. Okay. So with that said, We cannot just go into their country, not have a way to provide for ourselves, and make ourselves a burden on their social systems that they barely have to give to their own citizens. And I 1000% understand that and respect that. And if tomorrow the Colombian government said that they do not want to let American citizens in, or they don't want to allow immigrants to come in anymore because they can't, I will be grateful for the time that they allowed me into their country, because it is a courtesy. I'm a guest. I was not born there. I will be grateful. I will gather my things and I will go to the next place, because it's not old. It's not old. No country owes you entry. And a lot of the rhetoric, a lot of these people who are coming here illegally are like, well, we had to come illegally because the visa process is so long. First of all, that is a sense of entitlement. The reason why our visa and immigration process is so long and is so expensive, because we have people wanting to come to our country from all around the world. So yeah, in that situation, money is going to talk, and we cannot let everybody in. And there are people here who are trying to go through the legal vetting process. But when you have our immigration system being overwhelmed by people who don't respect our rules, that's a big FU to the people who are trying to do it the legal way. People will make it seem like you're racist or you don't like a certain group of people because they come from particular places. But what about the people? What about, for example, because, people try to make it seem like they're anti-Latino because, a lot of the majority of the immigrants that are especially on the southern side, they're from South America, Central America, Mexico. It just is what it is because of the proximity. That's all it is, right? So they will try to make it seem like you're anti-Latino or whatever. But the fact of the matter is there are plenty of Latinos who are trying to come into this country the right way. And because you have other people coming from where they're coming from who don't respect the laws, they're making it harder for the rest. So what about them? What about them? Hey, Olivia. How are you, sis? Legal immigration is fine. It's the illegals that need to go. And even legal Hispanic Americans don't want illegals here. So what does that tell people? Yes, and what people don't understand, and this is why I ain't gonna lie, I got irritated with my people. Like, I got irritated with Black people because this is what I learned about Black people this election season. We never really was for Latino people. I'm just keeping it real. And that's fine if we're not. But I feel like a lot of the times we saw them as somebody we could use during election season. So when people saw that a lot of Latino people came out and voted for Donald Trump, and y'all will still see them now throwing a tantrum. Oh, none of this is our business. They voted for Trump. Like, oh, it's just us against them now, or we're all for ourselves now. And it's like, oh, okay, so you didn't really like them for their culture or who they were as a people. You liked them because you felt like they were going to vote the way that you voted. It's disingenuous. And we don't see that as disingenuous. You feel me? And with a lot of Latino people, especially the ones who have been here a long time, y'all, they're ones who have been here, like a lot of dreamers who still don't have their papers and they don't like illegal immigration. The ones who have been here since they were like kids, 3, and now they're like 30 and 40. And let me tell you why. If you have a dreamer who came here and they had like some type of construction business, or they I have a friend who he does counters. He does his own countertop business. With this new flood of immigration that has happened over the past 4 years, these people are coming from all over the world. All Latinos are not the same. You might have somebody who comes from a poorer country than Mexico, because Mexico actually has a decent economy. You might have somebody coming from an extremely poor country like Venezuelan, and they're willing to undercut the Mexican immigrants who are here, whether they're legal or illegal. So now these Hispanic people who already have these businesses that they built and established, were having to deal with being constantly undercut by people who were willing to do the job for nothing. Okay. So in that situation, when you have to choose between being race loyal and putting food on the table to the family that you're obligated to, you're going to choose your family and putting food on your table. And that's what a lot of people don't get. A lot of liberals don't get. A lot of this has to do with money, but they're so focused on race that they forget the economics of it all. Hey, Olivia. Good to see you, sis. Right. It's a one-sided thing. They only like you when you think exactly like them. I had friends stop talking to me because of my conservative views. Yeah, you can't even like vary on one topic. So for example, before, y'all know I used to be a Democrat, and I was a Democrat on economic issues, right? Like I believed in Medicare for all and things of that nature. But then it started getting weird. Like we had to be the anything goes party. We had to support transgender women being in women's bathrooms. Then it was like we had to be in full support of children transitioning. We had to be in full support of like just seeing all this sexual degeneracy on TV. Like it became too much. It became too much. And if we spoke up about it, now we are a transphobe or we hate trans people. And then it became to where if you were a woman, then it was like your women's rights or the things that we worked to obtain as women, all of that had to go out the window to make space for the transgender women. No, nobody had time for that. I'm sorry. Okay. I got time for it. So yeah, it's crazy. You know, I will say this. I am moderate on my views on immigration. I do believe that the dreamers who we grew up with, a lot of us grew up in the same neighborhoods as them. Their parents brought them over here illegally, and a lot of them don't know the country of their parents. They ain't never been to Mexico. They ain't never been to Venezuela. They ain't never been to Africa, China, wherever their parents came from. A lot of them have never even been there. They speak English. They are Americans, and they're in their 30s and they're in their 40s right now. This is all that they know. I believe that Donald Trump should work on providing a path to citizenship for them. And they should definitely work on providing a path of citizenship to the dreamers. But the problem is that the liberals are so narcissistic. They're so self-serving. They're so manipulative that I don't see them trying to reach across the aisle and at least try to work with the Republicans on that issue. Because the fact of the matter is, today's Republican Party is not yesterday's Republican Party. A lot of the people that are in the Republican Party now are moderate on issues of immigration. Why? Because a lot of us, and I'm more of an independent, but I align mostly with the Republican Party now, but a lot of us came from the Democratic Party. A lot of us simply got tired of the rigged elections, the false promises, the money laundering, and the gaslighting. So we decided to go where we could form a coalition with Republicans, where at least Republicans would let you speak your mind. People can talk all the mess they want to about the Republican Party, but the rhinos of the Republican Party did not like Donald Trump, but at least they gave him a fair shake in the election and they did not rig it. They never, not one time, rigged the primaries, even though they didn't like that man. Which is more than I can say for the Democratic Party, who rigged 2 primaries and then decided on a third time they were just going to appoint somebody to run for the election. Ain't that crazy? And then they thought that they were going to win this election after you played in our faces 3 elections in a row. Got to be kidding me. Yes, that's when I checked out too. Once Dems couldn't define what a woman is, I was like, nah, I'm good. Like, yeah, like most people are good on that. And it got to the point where majority, I would go so far as to say probably more than 95% of the country don't believe that men are women. But it got to the point where you had this small minority of the country holding us hostage. So now we're sitting around walking on edge. Like, don't nobody want to say what they really think, right? And it's crazy. I didn't hear the whole combo, but I do agree. The dreamers should get to stay. Yes. And if the Democrats were smart, if it was really about them caring about immigrants, they would put their feelings aside, and they would try to get that issue worked on, right? The problem is they want to sit up here and do what Selena Gomez is doing and cry over illegal immigrants who have committed crimes being deported. These are the ones that they want to cry over instead of them saying, hey, let's forget about the criminals. Let's forget about the ones who came in here during Joe Biden's administration. Matter of fact, we got to hold that L because they should have never let these people in here en masse. Let's save who we can save. Let's try to go forward and put forth some policy in Congress so that the dreamers can stay. Because I promise you, if they came with a common sense policy for the dreamers, I promise you the majority of the people who are in the Republican Party now would make that concession. I promise you. I have no doubt about that. But for them, it's an all or nothing. It's an all or nothing. They want open borders. They want everybody, regardless of who they are or what they have done, to be able to come to America without restriction, do whatever they want to do, and stay. And we're not supposed to say anything about it, or we are flaming racists. Again, guys, if y'all are just now coming in, please hit the like button. The scary thing about the immigration thing to me are the ICE raids. I'm just worried about my son. You've seen him, girl. LOL. And you know what? I understand that. I definitely understand that. One thing I'll say is I'm grateful that Tom Homan has been very transparent about their process and how they are doing it. And with that said, I mean, I don't see them. There's a process. I don't see there being a case of mistaken identity. You know, there are plenty of biracial people. There are plenty of racial ambiguous looking people. You know, a lot of the people, again, that they're going and deporting right now, these are people who have been in jail. These are people that they have records on. These are people who they have an address for. You understand? So I wouldn't, and that's what I'm saying. There's so much fear mongering that I understand why you would be worried about that. But again, deportation has been something that has gone on in this country for years. Again, President Obama deported 3 million people. 3 million people. He was the deporter in chief. Okay, he deported more people than any other president. And nobody was worried about whether or not they were going to be mistakenly picked up because it wasn't in the news. Yeah, Liv, I agree. I don't think kids should be traumatized, but I have to wonder how much of it is true that ICE is busting into schools with guns. I don't believe that ICE is busting into school with guns because furthermore, first of all, on most campuses, it is illegal for you to take a weapon on the campus. But even if they do come on the campus with guns, like, come on now. I think I want to see it. I want to see it. Have y'all seen it? Because all it is stories right now. And even then, you will have Democrats say, we don't want families being separated. Well, if you don't want families being separated, if they take a mom into custody or the parents into custody, they're going to have to go to the schools to get the kids. So do we want them to keep the families together or do we not? Because you can't pick up the parents and then leave the kid. Who's gonna come get the kids? I think there needs to be a process and protocol. You go to the front office, you have someone that the kid knows, get the kid and bring them to the office rather than ICE walking off up and through around the schools. But the schools need to cooperate so that other children don't see this. It's sad, it's unfortunate, but these people are bringing their kids over illegally, knowing the risk. Having children over here as illegal immigrants, knowing the risk. They're not oblivious to it. So, you know, again, if you are an American citizen and you broke the law and the police picked you up on felony charges, guess what? CPS is going to come get either a family member, CPS, or the police are going to the school to get your kid. So we have to deal with it too as American citizens. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of this is propaganda and people not looking at it through the lens of what you would have to go through as an American citizen. Sometimes the media sensationalizes stuff like that. So I don't know. Yeah, it's like they want to play on our emotions. They want to play on our emotions. And they're counting on us not rationalizing things. That's what I need to do, more research on the exact process. Yes, Olivia, I promise you they ain't coming for your son. I promise you. But yes, and I would hope that these schools would cooperate so that ICE could just, hey, we waiting in the front office while y'all, get the kids so they can come with us so we can reunite them with their parents. Yeah, they ain't trying to hear none of that. Okay, so in other news, let's talk about Donald Trump getting into it with the country that I have immigrated to, which is Colombia. Now, again, I've already talked to y'all about the very strict Colombian immigration process that they have. Okay, we cannot come over there doing what we want to do. I knew an American citizen who he overstayed his visa, meaning he came in legally. He came in on a 6-month tourist visa. He did 3 months. I guess he got an extension and he used up his 180 days. You're allowed as an American citizen to be in Colombia for 180 days without a long-term visa, right? So if you go into a lot of the immigration groups, a lot of people will just say, well, I overstayed my visa, and when I flew out, I paid a fine. So that's how a lot of American people do it. They don't intend on staying, but if they want to stay an extra month, they'll overstay, and they just know I got to pay the government when I leave. So this dude overstayed his visa by a couple of months. Hey, D. Mally, what's up? He overstayed his visa by a couple of months, and he was leaving. Like, he was leaving the airport. He had a flight. He was ready to pay the fine when he left, and the Colombian government was like, no, we're going to deport you. You can't get on this flight. You have to go through the deportation process. And if you go through a deportation process, other governments can see that you've been deported, and that might affect your ability to get a visa or to be allowed entry into another country if they feel like you're not going to leave. So, yeah, my point in telling y'all that story is that they don't play around with us. They do not play around with American citizens when they catch us staying illegally. It's not a situation where they go and try to round us up, because honestly and truly, they don't have to round us up. The majority of American citizens that come there and overstay a visa have every intention of leaving. They just catch us at the airport. There was another situation where there was an American citizen who had a long-term investment visa because he had bought property in Colombia. Well, one of his properties he used as an Airbnb, and unfortunately, a dude who rented out his Airbnb went in there and brought a child in there and did things to the child that they weren't supposed to do. He got caught, and guess what happened? The American citizen that owned that apartment got deported and got his property confiscated. So they do not play with us even when we come there legally. They don't play with us like that. It's not allowed. Okay. Oh yes, I wanted to hear your perspective about the Colombian president going against Trump. Because, girl, I'm supposed to be going over there very soon, and I'm worried about a travel ban. Girl, they're not going to ban us to travel. We bring too much money into that country. Too many people benefit off of American tourism. Is that the main source of money from their economy? No, but enough people benefit off of it to where that government would have issues if they tried to ban Americans from coming into that country. Hey, Mally, it's good to see you, brother. Okay, so for those of y'all who don't know, there is the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro, is a very left-wing president. As a matter of fact, he's good friends with Maduro, and a majority of the Colombians that I have met in Medellin, which is a liberal city, do not like him. Do not like him. Okay, they say he is the worst president in Colombian history. So what happened was a lot of the younger people voted him in because they liked his left-wing message. But now that they're having to deal with the consequences of his economic policies, they cannot wait to get this man out the door. So for those of y'all who don't know, Donald Trump sent he was trying to send 2 military planes with Colombian citizens to Colombia. They had already gotten approval to take off. Mid-flight, Colombia says, the president says, we're not going to take them. Petro says, we're not going to take them. And he didn't ask anybody if they agreed. As a matter of fact, the mayor of Medellin, Fico, he posted, he was like, hold on now. After Donald Trump started making all his threats, I saw him post, like, he was like, hold on. I propose that a delegation of all the mayors of Colombia get together and meet Donald Trump in the United States to let him know that that man does not represent all the thoughts and views of Colombia. So you had our mayor in Medellin that was like, baby, hell no, don't speak for me. Okay. We're about that money over here. You playing too much. Okay. Hey, what's up, DJ Batman? It's good to see you, brother. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back, and I'm back a little different. We're on politics now. So I'm going to pull up this video about the trade war that was on Asmongold TV. Give me 1 second. And guys, y'all will see some of these commercials. I'm gonna skip through them, but no, I am not paying for a YouTube subscription. I already have like 10 subscriptions. Hell no. At this point, I might as well have cable.
This is a dynamic blended learning platform that combines teacher-led instruction.
Colombian President Gustavo Petro announced that he will not allow the U.S. military planes carrying Colombian migrants to land in Colombia. This decision comes in response to what Petro perceives as a criminal treatment of migrants by the U.S., stating that they must be treated with dignity. Consequently, 2 U.S. military flights returned back, escalating tensions between the two countries. And so Donald obviously goes to Twitter to talk about it. And I was just informed that 2
Let me say this. Petro is full of it because, first of all, these are your own citizens. So his argument was that he didn't like that they were being brought back in chains in military planes. Basically, they had their hands in chains and their feet. Now, I understand how that could upset somebody, but let's be realistic here. These people are not on commercial flights. They are being sent back home against their will. Okay, point blank, period. It is a highly emotional and hostile situation. Not only that, they're sending back criminals at this point. Okay, people who have already shown that they have a proclivity to some type of violence. I'm sure not everybody on those planes are violent criminals, but that is who is being sent back in these first rounds. Okay, if there's only 2 of them that's on the plane, that's enough to say we finna lock everything down. Right. And I understand that there's a concern of danger. People are like, well, what if the plane goes down? Well, if the plane goes down, then what is the likelihood of these people surviving anyway? Let's just be clear. So our troops are transporting these people against their will back to their country. They need to be protected. Point blank, period. Everybody needs to get to where they're going safely. I understand it sounds harsh. I understand the optics are not good. But some things we need to learn how to be wise about. Use some wisdom. They already be tripping on Spirit Airlines and acting a fool. What you think somebody gonna do that don't want to go back to their country? That is mentally distraught. So for Petro to take issue with that and then say, oh, our citizens are being treated bad and we're only going to take them if you send them on, regular planes and not in chains. Sir, if you really felt like your citizens are getting treated bad in American custody, why don't you just take them? Why don't you take them and get them out of our custody as soon as possible? Don't that make the most sense? The Brazilian government saw that their people were being taken back in chains, and they were like, nah, we're good. Y'all stop right here. They wouldn't even let our military planes get to where they were going. They were like, that's y'all good. Y'all in the country, stop. We'll send somebody to come get them. He didn't deny entry to his citizens. The problem is the Colombian government, Petro, knows that they don't want to deal with the issues that's going to come with having to process these criminals and try to keep them off the street. So he's full of it.
reparation flights with a large number of legal criminals were not allowed in Colombia. The order was given by their president, and who's already very unpopular. His denial has jeopardized the national security, public safety of the United States. So I've directed my administration to immediately take the following urgent and decisive retaliatory measures. Emergency 25% tariffs on all goods coming into the United States. In 1 week, the 25% tariffs will be raised to this is, bro.
Okay, I just want to say this, because there's a lot of propaganda, and you have a lot of people on mainstream media who are explaining tariffs, but they're not explaining the full story. It is a very effective bargaining chip, and as y'all will see, because the president of Colombia caved yesterday. I mean, this tariff war was over before it even began. It never even really began, right? So you have people who will say, well, tariffs hurt American citizens because you're going to pay more for goods. That's not the whole story. How a tariff works is you place a tariff on businesses who want to sell in the United States. The people who use these businesses, let's say you have somebody who uses Colombian coffee. If they want to import the Colombian coffee, then the American citizen would have to pay a tariff to import the Colombian coffee. That's how it goes. Now, on the surface, yes, that seems like we're going to be the ones paying for it, but this is how it works in practice. And there's precedent for it. I've talked about it before. The United States government used to only be funded on tariffs. So what happens is the person, let's say it's Starbucks, and they only use Colombian coffee. They have a hard decision to make. Either I raise the prices on my coffee and pass that cost onto the consumer, or I eat the cost myself. Most of the time, they're going to do one or two things. They're going to want to try to pass the cost onto the consumer. But in this economy, a lot of businesses are not going to be willing to do that because their sales are already low. Or they say, we're just going to find another supplier from another country. Colombia is not the only producer of coffee. We can get coffee. We produce coffee in the United States. They produce coffee in Ethiopia. They produce coffee in Brazil. So most people that have a business, if these tariffs go on for too long, they're just going to go find a different supplier. Another thing about living in the United States that's great that you don't realize until you go live in other country, we have an abundance of options. So if you normally buy a product that has a tariff on it, from a country that we place tariffs on their goods that are being imported, you can just buy another brand that's cheaper. It's gonna hurt them before it hurts us. And that is why the Colombian government caved in the way that he
did. We put the mafia in the White House. Oh my God. The 25% tariffs were raised to 50%. A travel ban and immediate visa revocations of the Colombian government officials and all allies and supporters. A visa sanctions on all party members, family members, and supporters of the Colombian government. Enhanced customs and border protection inspections of all Colombian nationals and cargo on national security grounds. These measures are just the beginning. We will not allow the Colombian government to violate its legal obligations with regard to the acceptance and return of criminals they forced into the United States.
And I also want to bring this up. That whole route through the southern border starts in Colombia. It starts in Colombia. The narco trafficker. Here's another thing. This is why I don't have that much sympathy, y'all. A lot of these people that are coming, they're not coming for political asylum. They are coming because they are poor in their country and they think that their life will be better if they come to the United States. That is not a refugee. That is not political asylum. As an American citizen, if you are poor in the United States and you go to Canada talking about, I want to seek asylum, and the reason is poverty, you're not going to be given asylum. You're not. You're just not. So I can't tell you how many Colombian citizens who I've talked to who might work at a coffee shop or something like that. And they're like, well, I'm thinking about, going through the border illegally, because in their mind, they just watch the movies, y'all. They think that we're all rich. Like when I start actually breaking down rent prices, their eyes pop out. When I tell them how much they're going to have to pay for rent, gas, and food, in a lot of their minds, they think I'm going to go to the United States and I'm going to have access to the US dollar and I'm going to quadruple my income. But for whatever reason, they don't calculate the cost of living. It's like they think it's going to be the same as Colombia, or they think we have all this money over here and a low cost of living. So I already know the majority that are coming over there are not really seeking seeking asylum. They're not. They just think they're going to go to the United States and make more money. Hence why a lot of those videos that y'all seen of people coming up through the southern border, they had on nice clothes, new shoes, hats, coats. They're not coming over here looking destitute. Matter of fact, you can't even go up through the Darien Strait without having money, or the narco traffickers are going to unalive you. You have to be able to pay your tolls at every step of the way. It is not cheap. And if you cannot pay in money, you better be able to pay with your body, whether it's your body or your children's body. You're going to have to come up off of something. A lot of these women that y'all have sympathy for was selling their kids the entire way just to get to the United States. When if they would have just stayed where they were at, yeah, you would have been, poor working at the coffee shop, but your children wouldn't have been getting violated by narco traffickers. Exactly. Other countries actually expect you to add something of value in order to come over. That's the fact. Yeah, a lot of these people, like when you learned about the things that they were willing to do that they did not necessarily have to do, and I had to explain to them, if you are poor in Colombia, you are going to be poor in the United States, because we all have access to a phone. You want to go to the United States, but you don't speak English. If you already know that you plan on going to the United States, why aren't you, even if you're going to go illegally, why don't you start learning now? That way, maybe you'll be able to get a better job when you go there. What do you think you're going to be doing? If you cannot get a high-paying job here in Colombia, what do you think you're going to be doing for work when you go to the United States? And then you have to deal with the inflation, the rents. I hope you have family you can go live with. When you start talking to them like that, they'd be like, oh, I don't want to go no more.
Oh my God. That's an overkill? Well, let's find out.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses.
We are following breaking news at this hour here on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look at the White House as we have learned that President Trump...
Place is kind of a shithole. They gotta like, maybe they should put up some like extra towers. Like, why don't they have like a couple angels on the side of here with like gargoyles on like the corners? Yeah, we could really, we could renovate this shit.
Now ordering action to be taken against the country of Colombia, saying, quote, I was just informed that two repatriation flights from the United States with a large number of illegal criminals were not allowed to land in Colombia. This order was given by Colombia's socialist president, who is already very unpopular amongst his people. His denial of these flights has jeopardized the national security and public safety of the United States. So I have directed my administration to immediately take the following urgent and decisive retaliatory measures. And he also just shared that information in a social media post. Some of those measures include an emergency 25% tariffs on all goods coming into the United States. In 1 week, the 25% tariffs will be raised to 50%.
Absolutely mafia tactics. It's not even kind of like it. It is. That's absolutely it.
Also issuing a travel
damage
ban
multiplier?
and
Yeah, Trump ain't playing around, y'all. That's mob tactics. That was like quick, fast. We not gonna do too much talking with you. Like, you want to play with me? Then guess what? Automatic 25% tear. Matter of fact, you can't come over here. None of your friends can come over here. None of your family can come over here. They called all the immigration centers in Colombia, in the embassies. It says stop processing visas. I think where they sent out a text message saying, hey, the Bogota office will not be processing visas tomorrow. None of that. They said, we're going to shut all of this down. Any of your citizens who are trying to come into our country, we're going to make sure that they have to go through an extended inspection. Do y'all know the Colombian people were so pissed? Like, I follow so many like different social media pages from Colombia. Y'all, they were going in. And anybody who sat up and was like, yeah, finally, the president's standing up to America, the rest of the Colombian people was like, what are you talking about? Like, we cannot, this is not what we want. Like, this is problems over nothing. He could have just took them. They're illegal. Like, the Colombian people were pissed. They were pissed, okay? They were like, who gave this man permission?
immediate visa revocations on the Colombian government officials and all allies and supporters, visa sanctions on all party members, family members, and supporters of the Colombian government, enhanced customs
Make
and
an
border
offer you can't
protection
refuse.
inspections
Yeah.
of all Colombian nationals, and cargo on national security grounds, treasury, banking, and financial sanctions to be fully imposed. President Trump saying,
Wait,
quote,
what?
these
Yeah.
measures
Now that inspection of cargo, y'all know the cartel was calling him like, stop playing. Don't piss this man off. Because Colombia makes up a lot of its deficits. A lot of those gaps in the economy that get filled are through the cocaine trade. Colombia is the only place in the world where you can grow cocaine. So they have a monopoly on it. So when you have them talking about we finna check all the hiding spots. Yeah, you know them drug lords in Medellin was like, nah, bro, you gonna be up out of here. We already don't like you. You gonna be up out of here playing with us. Stop playing.
are just the beginning. We will not allow.
Yeah, no, he just was totally like, yeah, nobody's coming in here. We're going to totally shut you down. You can't send anything here. We're sending everybody from your country back to your country right now. And that's it. Like, he totally went nuclear on them instantaneously. Yeah, like it just instantaneously did.
The Colombian
Over 2
government to
planes.
violate its legal obligations with regard to the acceptance and return of the criminals they forced into the United States. This is a look right
There it
here
is.
of the social media post that he just
25%.
issued there on Truth Social. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is a social media post by a Fox News journalist, Bill Maluzhin. As
I'm
we
Fox
continue
News
to
now?
follow
Yeah,
this breaking
me.
news, as we have learned that President Trump now ordering action to be taken against Colombia after 2 flights from the United States, with a large number of illegal criminals were not allowed to land in Colombia.
Clear message.
President Trump saying that the order was given by Colombia's president and his denial of these flights. President Trump writes, quote, has jeopardized.
To be fair, he did say it was his favorite word.
Okay, so I'm not going to go through that whole video. I can summarize to y'all what happened. So basically, he was facing immense pressure from all the other mayors in Colombia, especially mine in Medellin. And they were like, you know, we not having this. We are willing to meet with Donald Trump. The Colombian people were panicking. They were in full-blown panic mode on social media yesterday. Yes, you had your few who were like, yes, it's time to go to war with the United States. But most people were like really reasonable. Like, bruh, this is not what we want. So what happened is they ended up talking on the phone. Donald Trump came out, and in the news, they said that they had reached an agreement. The Colombian president, Petro, had decided that he was going to do what he should have did in the first place, which was accept the unconditional return of Colombian citizens on these military planes, meaning you gonna take them how you get them. You're not in any position to make any demands. But it was like all this drama over nothing, because it's not like they're being starved. All they're doing is securing the plane so that they can safely get to where they get without somebody having some type of mental breakdown or trying to take the plane down. It just is what it is. It is what it is. So that was a whole lot of foolishness for nothing. Hopefully this puts some more fuel to the fire for the Colombian people to go ahead and get that man out during the next election, because, you know, he was already skating on thin ice. With that said, I had one more topic that I wanted to talk about. Y'all, okay, have y'all heard about the Argentinian president? Okay, his name is Javier Milei. Now, I'm going to show y'all some TikTok videos of him. One thing I want to say is he has a very similar background as Donald Trump. Like, he was an economist first and foremost. He's a libertarian, and he spent a lot of his time on TV and knowing how to manipulate people through the media. So his nickname is El Loco, and y'all will see why. He has a lot of antics and theatrics that really was able to give him an advantage in social media, kind of like how Donald Trump understands the media. He understands image, and he was able to capitalize on that in a way that other politicians who are not as media savvy were not able to do. With that said, for those of y'all who do not know, Argentina used to be the America of South America. As a matter of fact, people at one point, they were competing with us economically, especially during the Industrial Revolution. At one point, Argentina had a higher GDP than Spain and France, okay? There was a saying in France called as rich as an Argentine. They originally made their money because at one point, they were the supplier of 80% of the world's silver. And then on top of that, they had a huge cattle industry, which is why to this day, Argentina is well known for its beef and cattle industry. I've heard they've had some of the best beef. Okay. With that said, it is a very different demographic than the rest of Latin America. It's like the Europe of Latin America because they imported a lot of their labor from Europe. So Javier Milei, he is not like of Spanish descent. He is not of Indian descent. As a matter of fact, I believe his family is European. They're like Italian. You will see they have a lot of Italian food there, a lot of Italian influence. I would like to go stay there for about a year. With that said, they adapted a lot of socialist policies, as well as the inflation was just out of control. This libertarian president came and he was like, we're cutting the government. And he like fired most of the government. He got rid of a lot of the departments, and they were able for the first time to be able to pay off their debt. Like, it's crazy, the transformation. But I'm going to show you him, and why it's important is because this man is our ally now. They were originally going to be a part of the BRICS. When he came into office, he was like, no, we are allying with the Americans. He's good friends with Donald Trump, and him and Donald Trump went to the World Economic Forum, and they both, in those people's face, called them out and defended their own people against all those rich people who are trying to push their agendas on us. It's a lot of Italians there. I do know that. You can see the influence, how they speak their Spanish too. Yes, they have a lot of Italian words. Even if you compare the look of the Italian soccer team to the Colombian soccer team. If you look at the Colombian soccer team, you see a lot of like mestizos, a lot of people who were like African, Spanish, and Indian mix. You see full-blooded people of African descent on the Colombian soccer team. And when you look at the Argentinian soccer team, these are like tall. They look like they from Portugal, Spain. Yeah, it's very different over there. So I'm going to show y'all some TikToks of this man. I want y'all to get very familiar with him. I think that even though a lot of his policies are different from Donald Trump, if we are wondering what direction we are going to be headed in as a country, with Donald Trump's new policies, I think that he's somebody that we should look at. I think we have an example. Give me 1 second.
Felicito al presidente electo Donald Trump por la gran victoria en las elecciones celebradas en el día de ayer. Usted sabe que puede contar con la Argentina para hacer grande a los Estados Unidos nuevamente. Y nosotros sabemos que podemos contar con usted para hacer Argentina grande nuevamente. Te deseo el mayor de los éxitos y bendiciones.
Guys, can y'all see this? I'm trying to make me smaller so that y'all can see the translation if you don't understand. There we go. Y'all let me know if y'all can see what he's saying.
¡Viva la libertad, carajo! Felicito al presidente electo.
So basically, that was just him good. Okay. So basically, that was just him congratulating Donald Trump for his win. So already off top, he was trying to place himself in economic alignment with Donald Trump. Now, he does not like leftists at all. He doesn't like any liberal policies. One thing I will say that I don't like about his policies, which honestly and truly, this is right wing in general. A lot of people on the right do not like a lot of men. They take issues with feminism, right? Because they feel like it's gotten to the point where women are requesting and want more rights than men. And to be honest, I can kind of see what they're saying. I feel like as a woman, I will never say that feminism was a bad thing. I understand that I have the privilege of being able to have my own bank account, being able to own my house, and being able to live my life the way that I want to live. So I feel like a lot of the women who in 2025 are saying that feminism is bad, well, you are speaking from a place of not having been there when women did not have any agency, when women could not own a bank account, when they had to live with a man. We've all heard the stories from our grandmothers, and that's not to bash men. These are just simple realities of life. When you get into a relationship with somebody for survival, you get with them for the wrong reasons. And oftentimes we are the most vulnerable. So, I like Candace Owens. I agree with a lot of what she says, but she is very much she's very much a fundamentalist Christian, and I'm not that, even though I agree with a lot of what she says. So I heard her saying feminism sucks in an interview the other day, and I was like, ma'am, you're saying feminism sucks, but you work, you're on YouTube, so you're not hiding. You have your own thoughts and opinions. I'm pretty sure you have your own bank account. She's married now. Even if she shares the bank account, before she got married and she was single, I'm pretty sure she had her own bank account. She didn't need a man to get a bank account. And not just that, you can feel comfortable saying feminism sucks when you're in a marriage to a good man, because she has a good man. She's not in a relationship or a marriage with a tyrant. And she could take her time to do that and find one and not be in a state of desperation because nothing in her life moved unless she was attached to a man. So as a woman, I will never, ever say that feminism is a bad thing. What I will say is women didn't recognize when they had already won. I feel like all the goals of the feminist movement that were important have already been accomplished. There are some things that are just a fact of life. Men are going to make more money than us because a lot of times they do more dangerous jobs than us. A lot of the times they go into fields that are higher paying than us, like finances, or they might do stock marketing. As a woman, that kind of stuff exhausts me. I don't want to go work in the oil fields. So yeah, them men in the oil fields, they're going to be making more money than me. I'm sorry. More men are going into fields like engineering and science. We have the option to. That's just not what we're doing. Also, we have some biological restraints. As the woman, you're the one who have to bear the children. So if you get attached to a man, yes, your career is going to take a hit. Yes, your ability to go get money for yourself is going to take a hit. And there's nothing that policy can do to change that. These are basic facts of life that we have to accept. Also, women, we have freedom to go out here and sleep with whoever we want to sleep with now. You got freedom to go get a divorce. You got freedom to do all that. But where freedom comes, responsibility. So you cannot force men to think that you are somebody who is worthy of treating right and being in a relationship with, and you've been laying it low and spreading it wide. And not only that, you're putting it all over social media. Or you're doing OnlyFans, or you're doing cool. You have the freedom to do that. But you don't have the right to tell men how they should feel about it. Period. They have the right to decide. We got to accept that. We got to accept that. Y'all want to make all this money and then you feel like the man should be secure about it? No, you can't force them to be secure about it. Even if you feel they should be. Even if it's the right thing to do. The majority of them ain't wired like that. So ain't no point in trying to force them to be wired like that. So as a woman, you're going to have to do one or two things. Okay? You're either going to have to conform to the man. If you want to be with a man and you want your options to be in abundance, you're going to have to conform to what they think and how they feel. And if it's that important to you, and stop complaining. Or you can get like me and not care. I don't care if I ever be with a man or not. Like a man that finding a wife, finding a good thing, I don't care. I'm not changing me, but I'm not trying to change how they think. I don't care what they think. And I'm not trying to force them to feel which way. I'm not trying to force them to accept my behaviors. I'm not trying to force them to accept the way that I like. A man can look at me and think that I'm the biggest unsubmissive Jezebel. I don't care, sir. You don't got to live with me. I don't got to live with you. I'm not going to be in your face calling you the toxic and, toxic masculinity, none of that. Because again, the majority think like that. AP says, could women's rights be achieved without a feminist movement, or was it necessary to organize in that way? Oh, I mean, it wasn't given. It wasn't given. And that's not just with men. Power concedes nothing. Power concedes nothing. Like, women had to get together and organize. Men weren't just gonna give women the right to have a bank account. Men weren't just, at one point, there was no such thing as DV in this country. Like, that wasn't even seen as a thing. You could go lay hands and feet on your wife, and there was no law against it. So you had movements like the temperance movement that originally came from women saying, hey, prohibition came from women saying, we need to outlaw liquor because the men are coming home at night beating on us. And there was nothing they could do about it. So yeah, you needed a movement, right? And again, I think for those who were saying that the movement was toxic or harmful, it's easy for you to say that because you weren't there. But what we don't want to do is go too far. We don't want to push the men too far. We have to live with them. They're the other half of the population. So it's best for those of us who want to be able to continue to enjoy the freedoms that we have to just leave it where it's at and stop pushing it. There's no reason for a women's march here in the United States right now. We don't live in the Middle East where in many countries, women don't have access to education and they can't wear what they want and they can't choose who they want to marry or anything like that. We're very far from that, you know? I was under the impression that those rights were given to put women to work and tax them while men were at war in the early 1900s. I think without the need for female labor and taxes, men would. I think you're going to finish that. No, because if you women have always been able to work in this country, right? Even before the World War, even before the World Wars, if you go back to the Gilded Age, if you go back before the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote, right? Women were able to work. They would work in family business. Women were able to have jobs. It wasn't illegal for a woman to have a job. She just didn't have a say over her money. So it's not, and again, you got to think, before the 16th Amendment, which came about, was that 1913? There was no such thing as income tax anyway. So men weren't getting taxed on their income. So yes, I guess you could say once women entered the workforce, you're able to tax the money more, right? Because we moved away from the tariff system and into the income tax system, right? And then we get the graduated income tax. There was definitely an economic gain to be had. But with that said, the women definitely wanted their freedom. You know, it's kind of like with slavery. You know, a lot of the reason why slavery ended was because it's kind of like the same thing with illegal immigration. A lot of people did not agree with slavery because they felt like it was a way for the rich to not have to employ people and have free laborers, and it was having a negative effect on the economy when they could have been giving these jobs to people who were immigrating here or people who were at that time considered citizens, because we weren't. Y'all understand? They felt like it was a way of them skimping their financial obligations. So I definitely see where you're coming from with that, AP, but regardless, it benefited women on a social level in terms of our safety. It benefited women. And I'm saying this like as a woman who has talked to so many older women and the trauma and the horror stories that they tell me about how they had to just stay in these situations with these men. Y'all know how Black people, when they talk about slavery, they be like, I couldn't have lived back then because they would have had to unalive me. Like, I'm that. When these women start telling me about the stuff that they went through when they had fewer rights, remember, women weren't able to have a bank account, their own bank account, until the 70s. When these women start telling me the stuff that they had to deal with these men, I'm like, oh, baby, they would have had to unalive me. I wouldn't have made it. I wouldn't have made it. I'm glad women were given rights, but like you said, they didn't know when they have won. Yes, we got to know when we won. We have won, ladies. We have won. We have unequivocally won. Let's take our attention off the men. You don't need, ain't no reason for us to be getting on the internet talking about men as much as we do, bashing them as much as we do, right? They can't handle it, first of all, so they're not listening to you. That ego, it's not helping nothing, okay? Go live your life, boo. Go live your life and understand that when you attach yourself to a man, it has consequences. No, when you get pregnant, your lifetime earnings are going to be less than a man. There's nothing the law can do to fix that. There's nothing that you're going to do to make people watch women's basketball as much as they watch men's basketball. There's absolutely nothing you can do about that. So stop complaining about the fact that women in the WNBA get paid less than men in the NBA. They don't bring in as much money and revenue. It's just a basic fact of life. Let's get over it. We've won. Let me continue. So I'm going to show y'all, this man is crazy. Give me a minute. Okay, so he is called the chainsaw candidate because he would walk around with this chainsaw and basically was like, I'm slashing the government. I'm slashing the federal government. So y'all watch this behavior this man had.
This is Argentina's chainsaw candidate. And he's just won the country's runoff presidential election, according to provisional results. Javier Milei, a right-wing candidate known for his rally appearances with a chainsaw, has been likened in his populism to former US President Donald Trump. The chainsaw is said to symbolize his promises to drastically cut government expenses and get rid of public subsidies. The former TV pundit entered the race as a political outsider and led an anti-establishment campaign where he promised to break up with the status quo. He's made the radical proposal to dollarize Argentina, claiming it will fix the country's sky-high inflation. It's not a new approach in Latin America, but
So basically, this president wants to dollarize Argentina. The thinking is if they use US dollars, then the government can't print any more money because that is what increases inflation. And they were dealing with, until he became president, they were dealing with like 210% inflation on things. Like, that's crazy. I think now he's got it down. I wrote it down. He's got it down to like at the end of last year, 193%. He laid off 20% of all government employees. Under him, poverty increased to 38.9%, but homelessness in the country went from 20% all the way down to 8% in the second quarter of 2024. He's actually a really popular president. So even though poverty has increased in the country, they love him. Like, they're seeing the results. And he was able to pay back $4.3 billion in debt to their bondholders. And agriculture grew by 80% under his presidency. Y'all have to understand, Argentina was on the verge of economic collapse. And the reason why I feel like it is important to talk about this president is because a lot of people are unsure. They're unsure of the future of our country under Donald Trump because we've never seen what it looked like. But here we have a libertarian president in Argentina who was able to bring the country back from the brink of collapse, and they were in a worse economic situation than us. And he is in full alignment with Donald Trump in his agenda for the United States. Women need the protection of men. I don't. Regardless of rights or not, without men to uphold these freedoms for women, it would be a scrap fest out here. I guess I can kind of get what you're saying. Like, if there was no police, because you need the police, right? You need the police. You need men to think that somebody's going to come get them to deter them from laying hands on you and trying to grape you. So I get it. But then that brings you back to women need protection from men, from other men. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, that either way it goes, your proximity, you need protection from men because of your proximity to men. So, you know, as a woman, I feel like, me personally, I feel like I'm better off living alone. I will call the police and I will get a gun. I'm not saying I will never be in a relationship, y'all. But I understand the seriousness of the situation when it comes to picking a male partner to be with. And again, I'm not trying to force men to not be who they are. Be who you are, boo. I accept it. I understand it. I don't want to live with it. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to be with you. I don't want to sleep with you. I don't want to have your kids. Go get that from somebody else. Okay? Go get it from somebody else. I ain't trying to force you to be no other way. Go get it from somebody else. A man would just really, if y'all ever see me in a relationship with a man or living with a man, you would just have to know that man really did something spectacular to convince me. Honestly and truly. It wouldn't be because I got desperate and decided it's time to sit down somewhere. Like, no, my personality just ain't built like that. Because no,
But untested in a country as big as Argentina, Milei also opposes abortion rights and has called climate change a lie of socialism. Past comments have landed him in hot water, and he has a tendency toward extreme personal attacks, often seen as sexist. This is Argentina.
Okay, and that's a point where he differs from Donald Trump. So Donald Trump actually has said it multiple times. He does support abortion up until a certain time frame, a reasonable time frame, right? And he said that if he was to ever get a bill from Congress to try to outlaw abortion across the nation, that he would not sign it. He has said it several times. So when the women were talking about, we're not going to have abortion rights, Donald Trump's going to take away our abortion rights, you know, he had said several times that he would never sign an abortion ban. And so far, he's been being about what he says he's about. This president right here, he's got something against abortion. This is crazy because he's a libertarian. So he wholeheartedly supports legal prostitution. So he supports legal prostitution, but he doesn't support abortion. And I feel like if you're a libertarian, if y'all know anything about libertarians, they don't believe in government intervention. They believe in the less government, the better. If you're a libertarian, then in my mind, you would be pro-abortion because that's should be your freedom to choose, right? But a lot of the times, again, men are going to be men and they're going to want to feel like they should have some say over what we're choosing to do. As women, we just got to kind of understand that. You fight against it when you can. The best thing you can do as a woman when men as a society say we don't want y'all having abortion or abortion rights is to quit sleeping with them. Quit sleeping with them. Quit sleeping with them. When they start shaming you for being a single mother, don't argue with them about not wanting to be with you because you're a single mom. Quit sleeping with them. When they start saying we shouldn't be able to get abortions because of X, Y, Z, that's fine. Quit sleeping with them. But it's too much like right. That's too hard for y'all to do. Or if you do sleep with them, make sure that they strap up. All of that, can I? No, you can't. Start handling them where they're at. Because you know they're going to try to control your reproductive rights. You know it don't sit right with them that you can choose. It just don't. Exactly. Women do need protection from men by other men. It doesn't have to be a husband or relationship, but you need male soldier or officers. I agree with that 100%. That don't necessarily mean, and again, that don't necessarily mean we need to be in the house with them. So yeah, I support the troops. I support the police. 1000%. Give all of them what they need. But I'm not trying to get you off track, sis. I'm just showing engagement. I'm enjoying the show. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and I don't mind talking about this kind. That's what we're here for. Okay, let me continue. I'm trying to get through all this as quickly as possible. I feel like I put too much into one show.
Al zurdo de mierda no le podés dar ni un milímetro.
Pero ¿me podés definir zurdo de mierda? Que no
todos los que, digamos, los colectivistas, los que ponen, digamos, o sea, esa idea... A ver,
¿por qué le pones de mierda, digamos?
Porque son una mierda. O sea, no, pero es que si pensás distinto, te van a aniquilar.
Okay, so if y'all didn't see the subtitles or you couldn't understand what they were saying, this man is saying you can't give leftish shit. And she was like, well, why? Why? He said, because they want to kill you. If you give them an inch, they take a mile. You cannot speak up against anything they say. You have to agree with them 1000%. Now, I don't know if you ladies that I was talking to earlier are still here. Sheba and who else was I was talking to? Sheba, I was talking to Olivia. But we were just talking about this, how even here in the United States, that's what it came to. A lot of people who were in the Democratic Party had to leave the Democratic Party because even though if you agree with them on the economics of it all, if you disagreed on stuff like children transitioning to another sex and being on puberty blockers, you were seen as a fascist and a Nazi. And it was like, what? So he's basically saying it's time to quit listening to these people because you cannot give them any room to try to implement their agendas because they always take it too far. That's going back to what I was saying with the women. We got to recognize when we've won, and we got to be able to deal with the consequences that come with winning. Y'all be wanting feminism and freedom, but when you get tired of working, you talking about soft life. You want a soft life, but then you want freedom, and the two don't go together. If you want your freedom, you better get real comfortable with hard work. I'm a Gemini. Y'all better ask about us. Donald Trump is a Gemini. Y'all see, he don't stop. People tell you all the time, all that man do is work. He don't barely sleep. I don't barely sleep. I might get 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night. We're just gonna go. We are a masculine sign by design. Whether we're a male or a female, we are a very masculine sign. So I never had a problem with working. I never had a problem with working 2, 3 jobs. I don't care. So I'm not sitting over here feeling sorry for myself and wishing I had a man to help me pay half the bills. All I think about is how I'm gonna get some more money. But you can't have it both ways, lady. Yes, freedom is not free. Get real comfortable with hard work. It's okay. You're not gonna die. I promise you. So I'm going to bring up this speech that, and it's translated, that Milei gave at the World Economic Forum. So for those of y'all who don't know, the World Economic Forum has basically, they push all these liberal agendas. They push all of this gender ideology. They push all of this illegal immigration into our country. They push this idea of you will own nothing and be happy. They're the people who support these inoculations for, you know, the C-19 and all that. Bill Gates is heavily tied in with them. So basically you have all these rich people and billionaires who get together for a summit every year, and they decide what they're going to do with our lives. Donald Trump and Milei went to this forum and in their faces told him, we're not having it. Your time is up. Okay. And I'm going to show y'all what was said.
嗨，美国这边已经到了返校的时间。我的儿子第3学。
Liberty and private property. And I also told them that, in some sense, Argentina was the ghost of Christmas's future for the West, because we had already experienced everything you were going through, and we already knew how it ended. 1 year later, I must say that I no longer feel so alone. I don't feel so alone because the world has embraced Argentina. Argentina has become a global example of fiscal responsibility, commitment to our obligations, how to solve the problem of inflation, and also a new way of doing politics, which consists of telling people the truth to their face and trusting that people will understand. I also don't feel alone because throughout this year, I've been able to find companions in this fight for the ideas of freedom in every corner of the planet. From the wonderful Elon Musk to the fierce Italian lady, my dear friend Giorgia Meloni, from Bukele in El Salvador to Viktor Orban in Hungary, from Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel to Donald Trump in the United States. Slowly, an international alliance has been forming of all those nations that want to be free and that believe in the ideas of freedom. And slowly,
I'm glad that he brought up El Salvador because for those of y'all who didn't live in the South, at one point, they made up a large percentage of our illegal immigration because that country was overridden by gang violence. It was a mess. You had this president, this right-wing president, come into El Salvador and completely clean it up. They have a prison there where the prisoners don't have, nobody can come visit them. You can't bring anything into the prison. They go outside of their cell for like an hour a day with an instructor to do like, you know, some exercise. That's it. They're just caged up. They don't get a phone. They have absolutely no access to the outside world. And what he did in order to make his country safe is he basically was like, forget due process. If you have all these tattoos on your face and on your body, we are rounding you up. And that's just it. That is what it is. If you look the part, we are putting you in this prison. And there was an American YouTuber, was it Nick Shirley? one of them, I think it was Nick Shirley, and he was allowed access into the prison. And the way a lot of these men looked in these prisons, they had no soul. And the prison guard was telling him, like, these people got bodies upon bodies upon bodies. Like, the crimes they committed were so heinous. And he asked, like, do y'all regret what y'all did to be here? And it was like, nah. All they eat is like beans and just like, it's like slop. But that country is the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. It's even safer than the United States to be in right now. As a matter of fact, it's probably, I think, it's between that country and Poland, which is the safest country in the world. In Poland, in terms of illegal immigration, if you try to cross their border, they have shoot on site orders. They're not hearing what you got to say. It's up for you. I'm not saying we should do that. I'm just saying the countries that are safe have gone to really extreme measures.
What seemed like an absolute global hegemony of the left European politics, educational institutions, media, supranational organizations, or forums like Davos has been crumbling. Today I come here to tell you that our battle is not won, that although hope has been reborn, it is our moral duty and historical responsibility to dismantle the ideological structure of the pernicious wokeness until we have managed to rebuild our historical cathedral, until we succeed in having the majority of Western countries embrace the ideas of freedom again, until our ideas are the common currency in the halls of events like this, we cannot lower our arms. Because I must say, forums like this have been protagonists and promoters of the sinister agenda of wokeism that is causing so much harm to the West. If we want to change, if we truly want to defend citizens' rights, we first have to start by telling them the truth. And the truth is that there is something profoundly wrong with the ideas that have been promoted from forums like this. I would like to take a few minutes today to discuss some of them. Today, few people deny that winds of change are blowing.
So he's telling them straight up to their face, this forum, y'all are the problem. Y'all are the problem. Y'all are the reason why something is wrong. And he's going to elaborate. Nobody has ever done this. Nobody.
In the West, there are those who resist.
So, you've just finished writing your book and are ready to share it with the world. But wait, what's
change? There are those who reluctantly accept it, but accept it nonetheless. There are the new converts who appear when they see it as inevitable. And finally, there are those of us who have fought a lifetime for its arrival. Each of you will know which group you identify with. Surely there is a bit of each in this auditorium, but all will surely recognize that the time for change is knocking at the door. Historical moments of change have a particularity. There are times when formulas that were valid for decades are exhausted. The ways considered unique for doing things cease to make sense. And what for many were unquestionable truths are finally put into question. These are moments when the rules are rewritten. And that's why there are times that reward those who have the courage to take risks. But a good part of the free world still prefers the comfort of the known, even if it is the wrong path, and insists on applying the recipes of failure. And the great
Guys, if y'all are just now coming in, please hit the like button and share if y'all care. This helps people know that I am on live. I like that he brought that up because it reminds me to still have some empathy. I was saying this before on my last live. I feel like a lot of people wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, even though it's failing because people are averse to change. You know, they would rather vote for people who they know are promising to change things or do things differently that they know are not going to do anything about it. Because the Democrats have a very long history of getting into office and not making good on their promises. You can guarantee that they're not going to make good on their promises, or they're not going to really fight for what they are saying they believe in. They're going to tell you they believe in it, but then they're going to give you every excuse in the book as to why they can't get it done. And it's always going to be blame on the next party, even when they have a super majority. I've talked about this before. In Obama's first term, he had the House and the Senate, same as Donald Trump has right now, right? He swept. He swept. And do you see the difference between somebody who genuinely believes in the ideas that they're proposing versus somebody who is saying things to get elected? Yeah, we got healthcare reform, but it might as well have been like you don't have it because it's still unaffordable. It still, at the end of the day, benefited the insurance companies. During the Great Recession, Obama had the opportunity to bail the people out and let the banks fail. And he chose to bail the banks out and let the people fail and let the people lose their homes. He had an opportunity to get things done. And instead, he chose not to. And when it came time for him to be reelected, he blamed him not being able to get what he wanted to get done on Republicans. When there was nothing on Republicans and racism, when there was absolutely nothing standing in his way, you know what he did get done? Gay people having a right to get married, which I'm not necessarily saying that they shouldn't have the right. I don't care personally. I don't care. In my opinion, that's fine by me, right? But, you know, his focus was way off. Yeah, he used his power for the LGBT, which, okay, that's fine and dandy. What about the money? What about the economics of it all? I don't feel no way that he gave gay people the right to get married. I don't care. But what about money? What about what matters?
Unveil that appears as a common denominator in the countries and institutions that are failing is the mental virus of woke ideology. This ideology has colonized the most important institutions in the world, from the parties and states of the free countries of the West to global governance organizations, including non-governmental institutions, universities, and media. And it has also shaped the course of global conversation over the past decades. Until we remove this aberrant ideology from our culture, our institutions, and our laws, Western civilization, and even the human species will not be able to return to the path of progress demanded by our pioneering spirit. It is essential to break these ideological chains if we want to step into a new golden era. That's why today I want to dedicate a few minutes to destroying those chains. But first, let's talk about
At Texas Virtual Academy at Hallsville, we know your child is one of a kind, and their school should be too.
What we are fighting for. The West represents the peak of the human species, the fertile ground of its Greco-Roman heritage and Judeo-Christian values planted the seeds of something unprecedented in history. After definitively prevailing over absolutism, liberalism inaugurated a new era in human existence. Within that new moral and philosophical framework that placed individual freedom above the whims of the tyrant, the West was able to unleash the creative capacity of man, initiating a wealth generation process never seen before. The data speaks for itself. Until the year 1800, the world's GDP per capita remained practically constant. However, starting from the 19th century, and thanks to the Industrial Revolution, the per capita GDP multiplied by 20. Lifting 90% of the world's population out of poverty. Even as the population multiplied, was only possible thanks to a convergence of fundamental values, respect for life, liberty, and property, which made free trade, freedom of expression, religious freedom, and the rest of the.
I'm glad he brought this up. Thank you, AP. I would have never run for office or anything like that because I feel like my mouth would get me in trouble. And I don't know if I would want the stress of it all. I just be wanting to live my life. I just be wanting to live my life. But and I don't like power. I don't like telling people what to do. I don't like managing people. I just like to do me, you know? So I wouldn't be a person. Y'all see how like Trump is able to like delegate tasks and, you know, be in that like boss position. Like I couldn't see myself doing that because most of the time I just want to be left alone, you know? But I support those who can do it and have a good agenda. But I like to comment on it. With that said, I'm glad that he brought that up because I feel like as American citizens, we have been taught to hate our country. And I was saying this yesterday. Living abroad has really changed my perspective. Will I ever live on mainland United States? No, I wouldn't. And part of that has to do with culture, to be honest. I like living around Hispanic people. And I feel like it's kind of boring, y'all. Like, it's kind of boring. Like, I'd rather live in, I said this before, Puerto Rico, Colombia, I'm probably only going to do about 3 more, you know, years in Colombia, and I'll go to the islands. I'll go. I'm definitely going to either be in St. Thomas or Puerto Rico, probably Puerto Rico. But with that said, I feel like we have been taught to hate the United States. And a lot of it is because we don't have perspective. You know, a lot of us feel like the United States is the worst nation in the world because of our imperialist past. And a lot of people, liberals, want to keep us stuck and drug into the past. For example, anytime we talk about cleaning up illegal immigration, the conversation always goes back to, well, this is stolen land and y'all stole this land and it's the colonizer and this is that. And it's like, baby, it is 2025. It's 2025. We can't go back. We can't go back. And let's be clear, Mexico lost the war, baby. They lost the war. Okay. I'm sorry that it had to, I'm sorry that we got here through ill-gotten means, but such is the way of life. Civilizations, if you go back to Europe, if you go back to Africa, and if you go to Asia, there has always been this pattern of divide and conquer and people taking over territory. And unfortunately, if the English didn't come over here and do it, somebody else would. It is what it is. That is how power works. It's too emotional. It's too emotional. Y'all want to go back 150, 1,000 years? People be reaching so far back to stop progress. The stuff already happened. What the hell you want us to do about it now? Do y'all want us to all pack up our stuff and leave and give the land back to the Native Americans and back to the Mexican people? Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go? Y'all don't think about that. People don't think about the fact that today in 2025, we have a higher standard of living than kings did 200 years ago. You have toilets. Hot water comes out the faucet. Did you know even a king didn't have hot water coming out of a faucet? And people could say, hey, that's praising Eurocentrism. Well, guess what? If you don't like the Eurocentric standards, there are plenty of villages and huts in third world countries that you can go live in. If you don't like it, they're still there. They exist. But y'all don't want to do that. So let's quit talking about it. You like your standards of living. You like what comes with living in a powerful country. You're not going to stop shopping at some of these places that exploit labor, these companies that exploit labor overseas. Y'all's iPhone, y'all, this is the crazy thing. Y'all be acting so indignant and want to talk about slavery. And what happened? Slavery ended in what, 1865? And y'all don't want to talk about the fact that this iPhone that you got right here, the cobalt in it, was mined from slave labor in Africa. Here today in 2025. Y'all not gonna stop using your iPhone, are you? I didn't think so. I'm tired of these conversations. In fact, somebody will always take power. Yes, if anything, it will just leave a vacuum. And that's what I was talking about when I brought up the Panama Canal on the last live that I did. So it's like these people want to stop the progression of our society by holding us hostage to the missteps of the past. And one thing that I had to learn, even in my own life, you know, and I talked about this on my channel. I've had people say, how have you not lost your mind? Or why don't you act a certain way because of the things that you went through? You would not look at me and feel like, oh, she went through all of this. Like, people are always so surprised. And the only reason why I don't look like or live like what I've been through is because I accepted that those things happen and I let the shit go. Without anger, without animosity, without dwelling in the past, and I live in the now. I got things to do today. So that's the only way you move forward. That works in everything, in life, in love, in business, and us as a nation. I mean, I wouldn't trade my life with King Henry I, second, or third. Yeah, definitely wouldn't trade it with King Henry VIII. He had the syphilis and couldn't do nothing about it. That's another thing. Y'all forget about all the diseases that we're able to cure. That back then people used to just get taken out by a disease. Like, you was out of here.
So the pillars of Western civilization possible. Added to this, our Faustian, inventive spirit, explorer, pioneer, which is always testing the limits of the possible. Pioneering spirit that today is represented, among others, by my dear friend Elon Musk, who has been unjustly vilified by the wow culture of recent hours for an innocent gesture that only signifies his enthusiasm and gratitude towards people. In short, we invented capitalism based on saving, investment, work, reinvestment, and hard work. We managed to enable each worker to multiply their productivity by 10, by 100, or even, why not, by 1,000, thus overcoming the Malthusian trap. However, at some point in the 20th century, we lost our way, and the liberal principles that had made us free and prosperous were betrayed. A new political class, supported by collectivist ideologies and taking advantage of moments of crisis, saw a perfect opportunity to accumulate power. All the wealth created by capitalism up to that moment and in the future would be redistributed under some centralized planning scheme, where the initial starting point led to a process whose harmful consequences we are suffering today. Pushing a social...
AP, they took that out of context because he watched the whole speech before he did that. I don't even want to do it because people be tripping. He said, my heart goes out to you. And then he did that. And people took it and was like, he's a see. I don't know. And if y'all watch Elon, he is like, he's the character. Like, he just be happy. He just be so giddy. Now, I've talked about this, how I don't all the way trust Elon Musk. I said that before. But I am going to say I am grateful for what he did for the movement. Honestly and truly, if Elon Musk had not had bought Twitter, I don't know if Donald Trump would be in office right now. Right? Because when he bought Twitter, he got rid of all the censorship. So what happened is people were able to see, hey, there are other people. People were saying what they wanted to say. And they were like, hold up. I have supporters. There are people who think like me. And it was like the movement was revived. Versus on all the other social media platforms, there was so much censorship. And Mark Zuckerberg went on Joe Rogan and said, the Biden administration would call him going off, cussing him out, telling him to censor stuff that was even true. Like telling him to take down information about the economy, about the C-19, all this stuff that was true. So it was like there was no, until Elon bought Twitter, I guess maybe you could say TikTok, but even TikTok it's kind of weird with TikTok. But until Elon bought Twitter, there was nobody running opposition. There was nobody who was able to run it. I've seen it, but a rough one, and he doubled down. His family is suspect in South Africa. Yeah. I don't all the way, you know, I've kind of seen some things. I'm skeptical of the Neuralink for sure. I didn't like his mom was encouraging people to have children and act like money wasn't a factor. Ma'am, it very much is. And you're in a position where you can say that. But with that said, we can't take away. We can't take away from how he got us where we are right now. Does it benefit him in some way? I'm sure. We just have to figure out how. But even with the gesture, I could care less about that. We can always find opportunity in any situation. Yeah, for sure.
Socialist agenda, but insidiously operating within the liberal paradigm, this new political class distorted the values of liberalism. Thus, they replaced freedom with liberation, using the coercive power of the state to distribute the wealth created by capitalism. Their justification was a sinister, unjust, and aberrant idea of social justice, complemented by Marx.
Struggling to get started on your book? Meet Squibbler, the AI book writer that transforms your ideas.
Marxist theoretical frameworks, whose aim was to free the individual from their needs. And at the core of this new value system, the fundamental premise is that equality before the law is not enough, as there are hidden foundational injustices that must be rectified, which represents a gold mine for bureaucrats with aspirations of omnipotence. In this fundamentally consists cookism. It is the result of the inversion of Western values. Each of the pillars of our civilization was changed by a distorted version of itself through the introduction of various mechanisms of cultural subversion. From the negative rights to life, liberty, and property, we moved to an artificially infinite number of positive rights. First, it was education, then housing, and from there, ridiculous things like access to the internet, television broadcasting of football, theater, cosmetic treatments, and countless more desires that turned into fundamental human rights.
I'm going to say this. This might be controversial. This is somebody who came out of the school system. I don't think the government should fund education. I think those who value education will figure out how to get their kids educated. I'm going to talk about this tomorrow. We're going to do a whole breakdown on DEI. We're going to talk about how the Black community was actually better off when we were learning in shacks, how we were even more educated than the white population, when we were learning with old books in shacks and weren't getting that much government funding, and when you didn't have property taxes funding education, Black people were far more educated. I believe that when you give people something for free and they don't value it, it's going to take away from those who actually value it. I can't tell you how many students I had who actually wanted to be in school, who actually valued education, whose parents actually might if we were under a different system, might be able to actually cover their education, who had to be stunted in their growth because they had to sit up in a classroom with teachers having to constantly redirect kids who don't want to be there and don't want to learn and don't want to do nothing in life. And you got taxpayers' dollars being wasted. But that's another topic for another day.
Rights that, of course, someone has to pay for, and that can only be guaranteed through the infinite expansion of the aberrant state. In other words, from the concept of freedom as the fundamental protection of the individual against the intervention of the tyrant, we have moved to the concept of liberation through the intervention of the state. On this foundation was built Gukismo, a regime of single thought, supported by various institutions, whose purpose is to penalize dissent, feminism, diversity, inclusion, equity, immigration, abortion, environmentalism, gender ideology, among others, are heads of the same creature, whose aim is to justify the advancement of the state through the appropriation and distortion of noble causes. Let's look at some. Radical feminism is a distortion of the concept of equality, and even in its most benevolent form, it is redundant because equality before the law already exists in the West. Everything else is a quest for privileges, which is what radical feminism truly seeks, setting one half of the population against the other when they should be on the same side. We have even reached the point of normalizing that in many supposedly civilized countries, if one kills a woman, it is called femicide. And that carries a harsher penalty than if one kills a man just because of the victim's sex. Legalizing in practice that a woman's life is worth more than a man's, waving the flag of the gender pay gap. But when you look at the data, it's clear there's no inequality for the same task. Rather, most men tend to be in better paid professions than most women. However, they do not complain that the majority of prisoners are men, nor that the majority of plumbers are men, nor that the majority of robbery or murder victims are men, and not to mention.
Now, I agree with most of what he's saying. I do agree. Like, if we've already reached a certain level of equality, femicide should not be a crime. It's homicide. It's homicide. It shouldn't matter if it's a man or a woman. It should carry the same amount of time. Like, there shouldn't be a gender put on it. With that said, the reason why the majority of the prisons are filled with men is because men tend to be more violent. Like, it's not even close. It's not even close. That's why men go to prison more than women. They take more risk. It's just the way that y'all brains are wired and the way that y'all brains are set up. With that said, yes, men do tend to go for higher paying positions. A lot of that has to do with the fact that their proximity to women is tied to how much money that they make. So it's like he's not wrong in everything that he's saying. Most of the stuff he's saying, he's on point with. He's on point with. Let me continue.
The majority of people who died in wars. But if one raises these issues in the media or even in this forum, we are labeled as misogynists.
I'm going to say this again. More men unalive themselves in war because that's what they want to do. Like, they want to go, men start wars and men want to go to war. And it's actually, men go to war far less than what they used to do, but that's what men have always done. That is a creation of males. So I understand, like, he's trying to make it seem like, we complain about not being able to have certain, about pay, but we don't complain about the negative things that men have to deal with. But a lot of the negative things that men have to deal with is of their own doing. So I don't feel like it's the right comparison. It just has to do with how men are. That just is what it is. It has to do with how they are. But with that said, I do think that he is right in saying that we have already achieved gender equality. We have. A lot of what people are talking about just has to do with how they feel like men should be thinking, how they feel like men should view us in their eyes, whether or not men should see you as marriage material, or how you feel like men should be treating you in terms of romantic relationships. When it's like today in 2025, you have a choice as to whether or not you even deal with them in the first place. So this is not something that needs to be dealt with on a legislative level at all. We have access to education. And again, this is not to victim shame anybody who was a part of the Me Too movement, or women like Cassie who got snatched up real young by Diddy and just didn't know the game. And this is why, as women, we have to take responsibilities for our lives, and we have to teach the young girls. We have to teach our daughters. Because now in 2025, if you want to be a singer or an actress or anything like that, the great thing is that there are so many lanes. Now, if you want to be a super duper rich one, and you're willing to do whatever it takes and put up with whatever it takes to get there, then you're going to have to deal with the consequences. But there are women who walk away. For example, Mariah is a good example of a woman whose career looked like it was on the up and up, but she chose to walk away because she wasn't willing to sleep with every man in the industry. So it's like we have the choice to decide what we choose to put ourselves with, put up with and deal with, especially the older and more mature that we get. So it's okay for us to take responsibility. Like, we don't have to deal with, yes, you do have instances where men are running up on women, or women are being violated by strangers, but for the most part we can avoid a lot of these situations and live equally. Period. Hey Skinny, what's up? Good to see you. Skinny, I am so irritated with you. I am so irritated with y'all. He will send me stuff on Instagram these dang reels, and like I'm thinking he's sending me something serious, and every time I fall for it, it's always something scary that pops out. I am so tired of you. Okay, let's continue.
Just for defending a fundamental principle of modern democracy and the rule of law, which is equality before the law and the facts. Wokeism, moreover, is manifested in the sinister radical environmentalism and the flag of climate change. Preserving our planet for future generations is a matter of common sense. No one wants to live in a dam, but once again, wokeism managed to pervert that basic idea. From preserving the environment for the enjoyment of human beings, we have moved to a fanatical environmentalism where human beings are seen as a cancer that must be eradicated, and economic development is viewed as almost a crime against nature. However, when one
Okay, let me say this. I do believe in environmental protections, but then there's some stuff, for example, what happened in Cali, y'all? The reason why California doesn't have any water is because they redirect all their water into the oceans. There used to be a lake. There used to be a huge lake in the middle of California, right? Their drought and their lack of water is completely governments created, right? And as a result of this, you had so many houses in LA and in the Palisades just completely burned down, and it was all man-made. This was a man-made crisis. And what was it for? To protect smelt? Like, come on now. We gotta be for real. Species die and go extinct, whether or not humans are here or not. That is the way of life. Science shows you that species that existed 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 years ago have gone extinct without us being here or doing anything. 20,000 years ago, come on, dinosaurs went extinct and we had no hand in that. Ice ages, right? So for us to be so worried about trying to protect every single species from going extinct to the detriment of our own is crazy. It's crazy. Furthermore, a lot of these policies don't even make sense. For example, California was saying like by the year 2030, everybody would have to have an electric car. That makes no sense because first of all, they don't even have the infrastructure to charge all of these electric cars. If everybody had an electric car in California, they don't even have the infrastructure to maintain it. The batteries in these cars make it heavier, which means that it puts more pressure on parking garages. And not only that, when those batteries die, that's a $30,000 problem. You're gonna have to get a new car. Thank you, Skinny. And not only that, in the event of a natural emergency or a catastrophe, you don't want to be all the way electric. You want to have access to gas or some other alternative energy source. So these things are not making sense.
argues that the Earth has already had 5 cycles of abrupt temperature changes, and that in 4 of them, humans did not even exist. They label us as flat earthers to discredit our ideas, regardless of the fact that science and data are on our side. It is no coincidence that these same people are the main promoters of the bloody and murderous agenda of abortion, an agenda designed based on the Malthusian premises that overpopulation will destroy the Earth, and therefore we must implement some form of population control. In fact, this has already been pushed to such an extreme that today on the planet, it is starting to become a problem. The population growth rate, what a task they set themselves with these aberrations of abortion.
I don't think it's a problem. And somebody's going to have to convince me why it's a problem. Now, let me say this. I don't believe abortion should be promoted. It's nothing to be proud of. And women shouldn't use abortion as birth control. Just go get on birth control or quit sleeping with all these men and letting them bust. Wear a condom, okay? You know, abortion should be used in, I don't know. It's not something that you shouldn't have multiple abortions throughout your lifetime. I'm sorry. With that said, I don't necessarily see the problem in a declining birth rate because everything's moving to AI anyway. We don't have enough jobs. Unless it's a situation where we're going to move to some type of universal basic income, which would require more government intervention and interference, which a lot of libertarians and right-wing people are against, then we're not going to have all of these jobs are going to get taken away by AI. Y'all see how AI Chat GPT has like obliterated so many jobs in like under 2 years. So me personally, I'm not gonna sit up and have 4 or 5 kids when I'm worried about the one kid that I have being able to get a job. I'd rather raise one kid and be able to make sure that she's articulate and that she's competitive in whatever field that she goes into, and that she's a good citizen, that she treats people right, and that she's safe to be around. And then I want her to be able to be in a safe environment. Yes, quality over quantity. That's what it's going to have to come to. You can't say you don't want women to be able to have access, to abortion, but then also like, I don't understand, right? So we're complaining about all the high crime, high poverty. A lot of our country has been wrecked by high crime and high poverty rates. A lot of these are crimes of poverty, right? But then you're against women not bringing children into this earth. A lot of this is going to exacerbate a problem. The problem is people have had too many children that they were unable to pour into, whether it was because they didn't have the money, whether it was because they were a single parent, whether or not it was because you had 2 people together who just emotionally could not raise a kid. I mean, people got to work on themselves before we try to up the birth rate. I'm sorry. And it's getting to the point where, like in China, y'all know they have the one-child policy. So they created a shortage in the population, and now they're harassing women and couples to get married to have kids. Like they literally have social workers calling you if you just got married and it's like, when are you gonna have a kid? Publicly going to people's workplace and shaming them for not having children. They're doing too much. So I feel like the state should stay out of reproduction. Women are the portal. I'm sorry. We're the portal. We are the portal. We decide whether or not life passes into this realm. And it was like that before it was any type of abortion laws or anything. Before Roe v. Wade, women were deciding whether or not they were going to have their children. And there's nothing that men can do about it. And when we feel like the conditions are not appropriate to have children, then everything just shuts down or slows down. And that has nothing to do with just being a human female. This occurs in nature. When the conditions are harsh, when the conditions are not favorable to reproducing, the women, the females in a species reproduce less. It just is what it is. Okay. Not only that, graduates are dumber because AI and Chat GPT. Imagine this. Y'all are going to be having whole doctors who got their degree and are operating on you, and they got their entire degree off of Chat GPT. Imagine that. Imagine that. You got nurses who are graduating from nursing school off of Chat GPT. It's wild out here. Guys, if y'all are just now coming in, please hit the like button. Thank you.
From these forums, the LGBT agenda is promoted, trying to impose the idea that women are men and men are women just if they self-identify as such. And they say nothing about when a man dresses up as a woman and kills his rival in a boxing ring, or when a prisoner claims to be a woman and ends up assaulting any woman he encounters in prison. Just recently, a few weeks ago, the case of 2 American homosexuals made headlines worldwide who, under the banner of sexual diversity, were sentenced to 100 years in prison for abusing and filming their adoptive children for more than 2 years. I want to be clear that when I say abuses, it is not a euphemism, because in its most...
Okay, so hey Binky, it's good to see you, sis. Glad you were able to catch a live. Okay, you and AP on at the same time. Thank you for everybody who's still here watching, commenting. I really appreciate the support. It makes it more fun for me. If you're just now coming in, please hit the like button. That helps people know that I'm on live. With that said, okay, I'm gonna push back. Right? Because I see heterosexual couples who are selling their children's corn tapes and doing all type of weird stuff. I could see the argument being made that, like, but then I don't know. I'd have to see the data. Are you more likely to sexually abuse a child if you are gay? I don't know. So I'm gonna push back on that a little bit, and only because I'm seeing so much weird stuff from everybody with these kids these days. It don't matter if it's a man or a woman. I'm seeing some things right now. I'm seeing some things from people that are so-called straight, heterosexual, gay, lesbian, trans. I'm seeing all kind of stuff. But on the trans issue, girl, yes. And I was just talking about this earlier with a lot of these people coming up through the southern border. They are selling their kids. They can't pay their way. They take their kids so that they can sell their kids. Let these cartel members run through their kids. Tom Holman has talked about it so much. It's just something that happened. So people are willing to sell their kids and pimp their children for some dollars or a place to stay or a way into this country. So I don't think we can just blame that all the way on homosexuality. What I will say is I feel like they took it too far. It was getting to the point where every time I turn on TV and I want to watch a show or something like that, I'm having to see some homosexual stuff. And people can say that's homophobic. I do not care. You know, as a human species, I understand there are anomalies. I believe there are people who were born gay, and I believe they should have rights. They should have equal employment. I believe in them being able to marry. Like, I don't care, live your life. It shouldn't be illegal for them to do that. But I'm also not ashamed to say that as a heterosexual woman, I don't certain stuff I don't want to see. I'm sorry. It was to the point where you had J.K. Rowling having to go to war with Warner Brothers because she want to remake Harry Potter. And now we got to worry about if they're going to have Ron and Harry hunching in the remake. Don't nobody want to see Ron and Harry hunching and kissing in a dorm room. We came to see Harry Potter defeat Lord Voldemort. We didn't come here for that. Okay? I'm going to be pissed if they mess that up. We don't want to see Hermione transform into a woman from a man. We don't want to see that. OMG, yeah, there's too much in every show. It seems, yeah, it seemed like it got to a point where you had to like tick off a box, right? You had to, and then another thing I was noticing is that every time there was a gay black man, he had a white boyfriend, which I don't have no problem with interracial couples. It just kind of like became a box you had to tick, like, gay black man with a white boyfriend. Yep, we can't even shoot this show unless we have it. I'm sorry, guys. Honestly and truly, I'm off of that because I had something else I wanted to get into before I got off of here today. Let's get into a little bit of drama, a little bit of gossip. I cringe at lesbian relationships in shows too. Yeah, it's all too much. Like it's all. I don't want to. I hate to say it that way because again, I have gay family members, and I will like go to war for them. I will go to bat for them. I have family members who we knew from the time they was young, before they even started dating, before we even hit puberty. We knew they was gonna be gay. We knew they was gonna be gay. Period. Right? And they're good people, but I can't lie and tell y'all I want to see that. I don't want to see it. I'm like, I don't want to see it. Period. And it ain't no shade. I support you and your right. I will go to war about you, but I ain't trying to see all that. Let's get into some drama. So, did y'all watch tonight's conversation, or have y'all seen the clips? So basically, this is like a relationship TikTok show. Y'all, I'm not at my house. I'm not at my house. In Colombia, we don't even have smoke detectors. It's not required. So when I go back home, y'all won't have to worry about these smoke alarms. This is not my house. I've seen the clips. Messy, messy, messy. Okay. So first of all, let me say this. Majority of these people that's out here giving relationship advice, they not really living what they talking. They just not. They not living what they're talking. They are not standing on business. There are some people who are out here being like genuine with it, but I feel like, especially with the Black community, we're so super focused on relationships. And that's why I wanted my channel to kind of get away from that. First of all, because I didn't feel like it was in alignment with who I am. I don't sit up and be worried about relationships all the time, y'all. Like, I'm one of them people, like, to be honest, anytime I even kind of think about dating or try a little bit, I'm the type of person, I be talking myself out of it. Like, if it don't make sense, it got to make sense all the way. I'm not a person like, nah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not the person to come to. What I can help you with is not getting played. I do that very well. What I can help you with is recognizing when stuff is finna go south and go wrong and getting up out of there. I do that very, very well. I don't be sitting up here going through the same kind of situation twice. It's new levels, new devils. It's be a different situation for me, you know? You won't catch me in a situation that's just too ghetto. Like, I'm not the type of chick who gonna have a baby daddy who don't like my kid or don't rock with my kid or don't spend money. I don't even mess with broke niggas. Never have, even since I was a kid. I always knew who was gonna be able to take care of some kids and who wouldn't. So, and when I say that, it's not like I'm out here searching for rich dudes. It's just, it's a certain type of dude I ain't never laying up with, period. And been that way. Men that cater to everything women want to hear are fake AF. I can't believe them. Yeah, absolutely. And I've said this before. Even there are men who don't cheat. There are men who are good men. And I've talked about this before, y'all, because I used to work in the industry. I'd be reluctant to say certain things because it ain't that I be like, just my business be my business. But I've been around a lot of men and I've talked to a lot of men, right? So I know that there are men who do not cheat, who are good men. And a lot of the women I used to work with before, when you talk to them, they won't admit it. They won't admit it. But there are plenty of men that they have met. They'll talk about the ones who was cheaters. They will talk about the ones who was dogs. They will talk about the ones who would talk to them inappropriate. They'll talk about all those, but they won't talk about the ones who were like, nah, I'm straight, I'm married. I'm not on that type of time. There are men out here like that. They are few and far and in between. And even those men who are out here like that, they don't be sitting up on the internet talking away that ace metaphor off of tonight's conversation, be over here talking with these catchy punchlines, making it seem like the man's whole life is supposed to revolve around you, that the sun rise and set on your ass. They don't talk like that. They might say things like they might talk about a man's character as far as him like being hard working, but they not gonna never make it seem like that man is supposed to ask how high when you say jump and cater to your every want and need, because those men don't even move like that with their women, because half of the time they too disciplined to do that. They got too much going on, right? Thank you. Yes, Skinny Boy, hit the like button. Yeah, people don't listen to good advice anyway, right? And I'm gonna say this too with women. Like, I learned this past year. A lot of y'all, not my audience, not my subscribers, we have good sense. But like, a lot of these women are narcissists. Like, for real. Women sit up and call men narcissists, but y'all be expecting a man could be working very, very hard, have a goal he's supposed to accomplish, and y'all will sit up and trip on any little thing. And y'all do it with y'all friends, fake friends. Mad at a friend because you know your friend is busy or she got kids and mad at her because she didn't show up to one birthday. Now y'all getting on the internet talking shit about your friend, fronting your friend out, being jealous. Y'all be jealous of y'all man. Y'all be jealous. A lot of women be jealous of their man. Don't want their man to progress. The man can't go nowhere and do nothing because you so worried about him instead of your life. I wish I got too much pride. If my man go out, I'm going to sleep. And that ain't for me to try to sound like, oh, I'm the cool chick. I really just don't give a damn. I don't care. I don't care. I care about my sleep more than I care about what time you came home. And if I feel like you're cheating on me, then it's just over anyway. My spirit gonna discern. It's gonna tell me. I don't need no proof. I'm gonna know. You know, so it's a lot of women out here who are selfish, don't think about other people. Anytime y'all think about other situations, it's always in relation into how it makes you feel. You never consider other people's feelings. And I know that y'all are doing that with men because y'all are doing it to other women. I remember I heard Princella talking about this. Y'all know she date women, and you know, her and her girlfriend, what was that girl's name? Is it B? Y'all, I forgot the girl's name. She used to go on Lapeef. Okay, and that's no shade towards her. Like she's a really sweet girl, but I think she just wasn't aware of herself and her relationships. And she got on the internet talking bad about Princella because they were already late going to a speaking engagement that she had. So Princella stopped at a gas station and she got upset because she didn't stop at the right gas station. And you had women who were like, well, why would you treat your girl like that? It's like, man, y'all already late. Women are very narcissistic, very petty. Narcissistic women used to never be spoken on, but the truth is the truth. We have it bad too, unfortunately. It's not just men like that. Yes, very petty, very passive aggressive, very wanting somebody to chase you, but never talking about the problem. Then half the time when y'all do talk about the problem, it be some dumb shit. You know, half the time the stuff these women be getting mad about, it don't even be no real shit. It be some dumb shit. It be some like, I understood why you didn't want to say what the problem was because you should have never said what it was because I was dumb to begin with. You being petty. Yeah, it don't have no gender, and women can be more manipulative than men. I feel like it take a certain amount, like it's a certain kind of man. Honestly and truly, the men that are the most manipulative are the ones who are able to tap into their feminine side. I feel like manipulation is a very feminine trait. And the men who can tap into that side of their personality, they can have their way out here with women. I promise you that they can. I definitely feel like that's a feminine trait, especially if you can do it and be convincing with the manipulation. Can we talk about how violent women are? I mean, we can. It's not nowhere near. It don't touch men. I'm sorry. And we've talked about this, AP. I can pull up the statistics from violent crimes around the world, and it's not even close. Is there a degree of it that's unaccounted for, that goes unreported? Sure. Yes. I feel like we probably are more violent than what the statistics show. But even it's not even close. But yes, women can be violent. Women can also be violent in just their, like, it's the passive aggressiveness. Women do stuff like get people set up just for playing with their emotions. Get people set up, you know, put men in dangerous situations just because you're mad or your feelings got hurt. Mariah's talking about ace metaphor. Yeah, let's talk about him. Now, me personally, my spirit of discernment is always on point. It's always on point. Let me not say that. Very rarely is it not on point. So I already knew Ace Metaphor was full of ish because he's always got these catch lines. Everything is a punchline, and he's always talking super duper loud. Everything is for the clip. Okay, so I was never feeling him. I don't like how when Six the Goddess went on their show, I don't agree with everything she said, but he allowed Keita and Randy to gang up on her and call her out her name. And the whole time she kept her composure till she had to get up because she, you know, Six is 6 feet tall and them little girls was doing all that barking. So she had to get up and leave, baby, because it was going to go down. Mariah cute stuff can set me up all night. Boy, stop. Nah, I ain't even that type. But yeah, it's a lot of women, they be setting men up. So basically what's going on now is all the drama and tea is coming out. Now, before I talk about this drama, I'm gonna show y'all on what is this podcast called? Let me bring it up. It's called Hardly Initiated. I don't know if y'all watch that. Now, this show is with Tyshawn and this dude called Ryan. To be honest, I ain't really just too much feeling a vibe either. Like, everything is about the money with them. And they have gotten up and talked about how they like using good women. Okay? They don't like to go deal with the ratchets. They like, you know, gaining the trust of good women and running through them. And of course, Ryan tried to apologize for it, but no. I feel like once you got that character, that don't never really change. In my mind, you always a user. Tony Gaskins and Ace got into it on there. Yeah. Now, a lot of men don't like Tony Gaskins, and they say that he's a panderer. And I feel like if you say that Tony Gaskins is a panderer in the same lane as like a Derek Jackson, then you really just don't watch enough of his content, you know, because Tony Gaskins get on there and talk about some of the stuff that he did and the ways that he's had. And he's like, I can tell y'all all this because I've been there, right? He's talked about what men really think. He be on there being real with women, right? But with that said, a lot of men get upset with him because he'll tell women if a man is not disciplined, he not worth being with. He not worth being with. And here's the thing. A lot of men want to put us up on game, but y'all want to put us up on game for us to accept the way that y'all are, but then just learn how to still be there. And y'all don't like it when somebody is saying, this is how men are, so just don't be there. Just don't be there. If they're going to be like that, just don't be there. It's like, if it ain't put up with it, y'all ain't trying to hear that. If it ain't give the men access, y'all ain't trying to hear that. And that's not fair. If women have unrealistic expectations of men, and then we come to an understanding, and the conclusion we come to is that, nah, I ain't going to be able to do it, then it's okay for us to decide, nah, we just not gonna be able to do it. Or I want to deal with it when I want to deal with it. Or I want to deal with it on my terms. But most women are not even built to deal with it on their terms. Too emotional, right? But anyways, so I'm gonna bring up this interview, and I don't even like how they brought Ace Metaphor up on here. So Tony Gaskins was on here saying that the only reason people should be dating and the only thing that should be promoted is marriage. Because other than that, it is destructive. Now, I don't think he was lying in what he said, because we've seen the results. We've seen the results of people dating casually and just dating for fun. We got a whole bunch of kids running around here now that are a menace to society, that came from people just wanting to hang out or just wanting to have casual relationships, you know. So as a society, it's not good. And I don't think he was wrong or pandering for saying that. But let me bring this up. Another thing I want to say too, Tony Gaskins is very good looking. He's good looking in a way that Derek Jackson is not. So you can look at Tony Gaskins and tell he always got women. Derek Jackson had to go put some muscles on him. He had to mature, but he's a butterface ultimately. And I said this all the time. Men who are very attractive and who have always been very attractive, I'm not talking about just on the cusp of attractiveness. I mean, they've always been able to get women. They are much better people today. I'm sorry, they are. They are. You're not going to have to deal with a lot of the stuff that you deal with. Like, you're not going to have to deal with a lot of the insecurities. A lot of times they talk to you nicer. A lot of the time they're kinder. A lot of the times they're far less misogynistic. A lot of the times, I was watching this girl who was a prostitute, and she was saying how a lot of her customers were men who were attractive, who had just kind of like had their heart broken. They were just tired of the games, and they felt like they couldn't trust anybody, you know. So what'd you say, Mariah? I'm medium ugly, not too much on us. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with the medium uglies. I'm just saying, on the internet, a lot of men who are just okay looking want to speak for all the men and want to make it seem like all men would be just dogging you, mistreating you, or cheating on you. It's whether or not he has the opportunity. But y'all have to understand, men who have always had the opportunity and they've had it from a very young age, they don't think like like men who just now came into it. They don't have the same type of insecurities. They just don't. So they're nicer people to be with. I don't care what nobody says. Like I've always had, I've always had my worst experiences when I tried to date men who the looks don't necessarily match. But every time I've dated a man who we look similar in appearance, it as far as basic treatment, it's always been good. And the issue has never been cheating. Whether he was cheating or not, I don't know. It has never been the issue. Mariah, okay, I'm sorry I already read that. Anyway, let's continue.
Do this because you never know who's watching the show. And it's actually interesting here that I actually have on here the brother Ace Metaphor actually just entered
the chat.
It just entered the video.
That's crazy.
And I think he wants to actually respond on his perspective because the brother is literally in here backstage right now.
Wow.
As I'm taking video calls. Now, if that's okay, do you mind me bringing up Ace to let him say his point?
Oh my.
Ace. So I'm actually about to bring Ace up here to the forefront. And
what's going on?
Ace,
Yo,
what is popping with you, Ace? We got Ace and TV live in effect. What's up, Ace?
Hey, you know when you got to go to the basement and turn on the studio lights and say, "What's up, man? What's going on?"
Wow.
Hey,
Tony,
yo,
nice to meet you officially.
Everybody knows this setup right here, Ace.
Yes, sir. Incredible. How y'all been, brothers?
Good, man.
We
Good.
blessed.
Yeah, glad you joining us, man. Look, glad you got the production set up too.
And
got that lighting going.
Yeah, and see the thing about it is, Ace, I'm actually it's interesting that you came up here. Shout out for you being on the Harley Initiated video right now. Obviously, you know, Tony has made the way he feels and his stance clear about making sure that people are able to get the best guidance possible from the coaches and the experts in the space. And your platform actually was one that was mentioned. So what's your take and what's your perspective on what was stated?
So
first, did you hear what was stated?
Yeah. I'll rewatch it. You know, everybody, internet is funny. They tag you real fast. So here's the thing. I respectfully disagree with my brother there. And the reason why I disagree is because there are all sorts of people from all sorts of walks of life. While I understand your perspective as a married man, brother, and this is also tagged along to the Instagram post that you guys made a couple of weeks ago. While I do understand your perspective, there are so many people right now struggling with dating, getting in and out of situationships, relationships, getting their heart broken. And even then I can say to you, brother, that maybe you're out of touch there. You know what I'm saying? So there are people that I bring on my panel that have walked and touched all different parts of life. This woman may be able to speak to this particular experience. This man may be able to speak to that particular experience. And that might reach somebody in that audience a little bit differently than you can. It doesn't mean that it's better, worse, or indifferent. It just means there are different perspectives. To think that all human beings are monolithic, that our walks of life all take the same course and the same path, and that there's one set of advice to give.
Okay, so already he's manipulative because Tony never said that we're all monolithic and that we all have the same walk of life. What he said was that people who are not married should not be given dating advice. And the reason why he said that is because of the consequences, the societal consequences that have come from that. And, you know, I definitely understand his perspective. I feel like, you know, for example, I always tell you, I can't tell you how to get into a relationship or keep one because I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave. And honestly and truly, when I think back to the ways that I got into relationships before, I don't even care to behave in those ways now, right? I can tell you how to leave. I can tell you how to spot when there's going to be some BS. So, you know, I'm always going to put that disclaimer on it. But you have people who are still out here, like you literally have people who are still out here being used, abused, mistreated, and misled giving very bad advice. Okay, you got like very bad advice that's gonna get somebody hurt, that's gonna get somebody into a bad situation, that's going to get people into a situation where they're having children at a wedlock, or children by somebody that don't want them and don't want the kid. So yeah, you got people giving too much casual dating relationship advice as well.
Give to all different people, to me, seems out of touch, and it disqualifies a lot of people's personal experiences. One of the things I want to correct real quick that I heard that was spoken, now that we know the name is on there, like, we do have married people on our panel. That was the most confusing part about the whole thing. There are married people and there are actual relationship coaches and professionals that we bring. We have had therapists, we have had life coaches, we have had mentors, we have had people that are actively in the community be regular parts of our discussions. And so I just felt like it was a little bit of misinformation, and it comes from not actually, observing what we got going on.
I observe what you have going on, but let me ask you this: what is the purpose of dating?
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises, and turn website layouts into...
It depends on who you asking. My purpose, if you ask me specifically,
in the scope of society, in the scope of family, what is the purpose of dating?
For some people, for a large percentage of the people, the scope of dating, if you're being intentional, is to find a husband or wife.
Correct. So,
but let me ask you this question.
I'm gonna say this: most people are not out here. Okay, I'm gonna say it like this: maybe women, most men, when they're dealing with women, they're not thinking about getting a wife. That's the vast majority. Even the good dudes. Most men are not out here looking to get no wife. Only time a man is really out here looking to get a wife is like when he like, I don't know. Maybe he's already got his career together and he's over the age of 35 and he's like just feeling lonely, or he's tired of doing what he's been doing, and then he decide, okay, I want to get me a wife. But that's not the majority. So the majority of people are not out here. The majority of men aren't out here looking to get married. And then depending on the age of the girl and the societal norms at the time, I would say even a lot of the women now are not looking to get married. So then it kind of is like, well, what are we doing here? So what are you dating for? Are you dating for casual sex? What are the consequences of that? Can you handle that? Is it causing bitterness? Is it bringing kids into this world that y'all not gonna be able to take care of? So I can get Tony's Gaskin's perspective on that. I can also see where Ace is coming from, because you can talk to people about being responsible all day, but when they get that itch that they want to scratch down there, a lot of people just do not have the discipline to say. A lot of people don't got the discipline to just be in the house and just let it burn. Well, I shouldn't have said that, but you get what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people just don't have the discipline to just toss and turn in their bed and just know that these are feelings and just let them pass till you don't feel like that no more. So, I mean, I can see both sides. Casual dating is bullish. We need married people and people who are courting to give advice. Yeah, that's true. And I do think, though, to a certain extent, like, if I think about myself when I was 18 and I was out here trying to date, I absolutely would have got married to the wrong person. Right? I'm so different now. And my personality is just completely different now than when I was at 18. And I could absolutely see myself, like, if I got married at 18 to the person who I was with, by the time I was 23, we would have been divorced. Matter of fact, that relationship ended. You get what I'm trying to say? I'm done. I was like, oh, I know this who I ain't supposed to be with, So I do think there should be some room for people to date. It's just we're very irresponsible when it comes to the sexual part of it, to be honest. I think that's the biggest problem. That's the biggest problem. Like, if we could take that out of the equation, then there'd be nothing wrong with people dating around and experiencing other people, even if it wasn't for marriage. You know, it's the sex part that has all the negative consequences.
Follow-up question. Is that the reason why everyone dates?
Is that the reason
why everybody dates? Is that the reason?
But what I'm saying is we shouldn't promote what the devil doing. We shouldn't promote what is disadvantageous. So if someone is dating for sex, if someone is dating for fun, us as people with a platform should be promoting what is going to benefit society, not what is going to confuse society. So Albert Einstein said you cannot solve a problem from the same level it was created. So having people who are dating, talking to people who are dating, someone who's dating can't help someone who's dating, because the goal of dating is marriage. So a married person can tell someone who is dating, this is what you need to look out for while you're dating. This is what you need to check off. This is what you need.
When the last time you've been actively dating multiple people? When the last time you actively been dating? Like not your wife, but you've been in a dating market.
This is what you have to understand.
No, so it's the question. You asked me a very direct question. I gave you an answer.
I'm answering you. I'm
okay,
answering
go ahead.
you now. Dating is principle based. It doesn't matter if it's 2023 or 1903. A relationship is based on principles, not the culture, not the trend, not the fad. Love does not change. Love stays the same because God is love and God does not change. Love is not contingent upon strip clubs and pornography and Instagram and social media. So the same way that my wife and I dated is the same way that people who will have a healthy marriage date today. But what you're trying to say is that we should date differently today because it's 2023. And that's not true, because a relationship is based on principles. So
now,
what
is that?
Nah, I absolutely get what Tony was saying, because first of all, he's a person who was able to get into a relationship, right? And he's been married to his wife for a long time now. And she's beautiful. That's another thing. There are some disclaimers I want to make about this relationship. This is a looks compatible relationship. This is he would have been able to be with her if he ain't had no money. She would have been able, like, in all circumstances, this relationship looks like it makes sense. It all looks like it makes sense. Okay. But if this is somebody who has done it, right, and they are able to still do it and be successful at it, why would he have any respect for dating advice that's being given in a culture where relationships are largely unsuccessful? That doesn't make any sense. It's definitely is messing things up. Yeah, it's messing it all the way up. And guess what? Ladies, we got to take responsibility for that, because honestly and truly, we're the only ones that's gonna be able to control that part. Because most of the men, they don't got the discipline to say no if you throwing it at them, or they're gonna try to pressure you for it. So women, we gotta take responsibility. And I know the feminist movement made it seem like, okay, you know, we sexual freedom and all that, but we're dealing with a terrible dating pool due to a lack of discipline, right? Honestly and truly, I say this: the biggest problem with the dating pool right now is you got a whole bunch of people in the dating pool that's not even supposed to be there. You're in a relationship or you're married. You know, it's hard to meet people who aren't attached to people. It's hard to meet people who are not still stuck on exes. Or you got, like, when I'm dating, y'all, when I start talking to somebody, I do so with the intention of not going back to anybody I previously dealt with. And that's because I give myself time. I don't hop from man to man to man to man. So anytime I start dating a man, I am completely single and available. People ain't out here moving like that, men or women. People cannot be alone. So they're always attached to somebody. It's so weird. Dating doesn't lead to marriage. We lost the art of courting. Yeah. I literally was dating for sex and found an amazing wife in the process. Okay, good. AP salute. Women can't handle sex the way men can. And yes, that living in the past is for the birds. Yeah, like, yeah, women can't handle the casual sex. Like, a lot of times when women are having casual sex with men, it leads to them being like abused. A lot of women are not really cold-hearted. Like, a lot of women don't know how to, especially if the man like fine and he talk good, he got some good game. A lot of women don't know how to like. I'm gonna give y'all too much game. Let me stop, because I'm gonna give y'all too much game. I'm gonna give y'all too much game. Y'all ain't ready for this. This is game that's meant to be sold, not told. Okay. Anyway, let me be quiet.
Before you go forward, let me say this. I want to be very clear here. Specifically, I said people are not monolithic. Right now, you're bringing in God, devil, the Bible, and those are your particular principles, and I respect that, brother. I grew up religious too. I respect what you're saying. Dating, the main purpose of dating, it should be to find a mate. People shouldn't have sex before marriage. From the biblical perspective, I understand your perspective, brother, but I'm not going to dismiss your perspective simply because it doesn't align with mine or this person's or that person. I think the particular problem isn't me saying that your take is wrong. I respect it. I enjoy listening to your content. But to say how things should work for all people and dismiss everyone else that doesn't speak your particular alignment, to me, is irresponsible. And the reason.
So everything he's talking about is some BS, and I'm gonna tell you why. So it's come out. Keto Rose done put it out. The Ace was smashing dang near everybody that worked for him. And at this time, he supposedly had a girlfriend, right? So he got a girlfriend, and you smash it. This is a manipulative type of person. And these type of people always have these arguments. When you having somebody that's really trying to speak some truth, like really speak for the side of like right, these type of people always come up with, oh, well, there's no such thing as right and wrong, and that's your perspective, because they want to be able to be the master of disaster and move in deceptiveness and bullshit and feel like they're right. You know, they don't want to admit I really just ain't shit. I really just ain't shit. Like, I'm really undisciplined. I'm really a manipulator. I really just want to have my way. So anytime somebody come and try to speak what's right, how we know what Tony Gaskin is saying is right, what is the societal results of what Ace is over here promoting? What Ace Metaphor is promoting? What are the results? Because the proof is in the pudding. The dirt always come out in the wash. What are the results of what Ace is talking about versus what Tony is talking about?
Reason I say that is because there are all sorts of people doing all sorts of things, loving all sorts of ways. And if you think that your way is the only way that works, brother, I commend you. I'm just saying there are.
And I'm saying, here's where the manipulation comes in. He's trying to make it seem like Tony's saying my way is the only way that works. And it is what he's saying. But like, is the other way working? It's not working, y'all. People can sit up here and say people love different ways, or they have all these different type of relationships. But when we look into society and we see the results, it is not working. Regardless of what these delusional ass people who sit up here and try to promote all this foolishness say, it is not working. It ain't working out too good for us. It's not. Let's be real. Men can't handle sex either. Our testosterone leads to bad decisions. Well, that's probably true. That's why a lot of men probably got kids that they don't want on this earth. You know, it was just that thing was stinging while he was up in it. Skinny, but y'all detach easier than we do when there is a sexual relationship. Yeah, because we get tied up in our emotions. Detachment leads to men producing broken homes. Yeah. We'll solve that. Sex doesn't have equal children. Okay. I like the dialogue. LOL, it's not working. Yeah, it ain't working for us. So at this point, we see the results. That's why y'all gotta look past all the fluff and all the conversation that sounds good and all of this. Oh, don't judge people and different things work for different people. It's not working, right? And I can say this to somebody, like, for example, I'm a single mom, right? I'm a single mom now. And this is not to make myself seem better than anybody, but I had my child off of a 5-year relationship. I knew for certain that my daughter's dad was going to help take care of her. That at the very least, there would always be financial provision. Not just that, we were in an actual relationship. So this was not a baby that came from a situationship or a one-night stand or a fling or a dude who didn't have any money or came from a family that was even going to allow him to be trifling. Because that's another thing. In his culture, you cannot do that. They don't approve. They don't even approve of having kids out of wedlock. So you dang sure not gonna have kids and not take care of them. That's just not what they doing. And I said this before. I would never have children with a man who came from a family or background where I know I'm gonna be having to argue. The mama and the sister are gonna be mad at me because the man is on child support or something. Like, I ain't doing it. But with that said, I know that I'm in, like, out of all the single mothers, I'm in the minority. I would never recommend, just because it's working for me right now. And even then, my daughter has to deal with certain things that she don't like not being in the house with her dad. She loves her dad. They have a good relationship. But even though it's working for me right now, I would never promote it, or I would never act like it's okay. Because I know for the vast majority of women, this single motherhood stuff is not working. A lot of women don't have no hustle in them. They don't have no drive. They don't have the stamina to be single parents. They don't want to come home and do homework with their kids after they worked all day and are tired. So I would never act like this life is okay, because it's not. I'm living it, and I would never do it again, but I love doing it with the one that I had, but I would never promote it. Y'all get what I'm saying? A woman's must be like hitting the pipe. That's why women can't detach easily, because they get no, I don't think it's that. I think women just naturally I think a lot of women, because there are a lot of women who you'll talk to them and they'll be stuck on men and they'll tell you it was whack. They be lying to the man. They will tell you it was whack. Or once they emotionally detach from the situation, they realize it wasn't even all what they were making it to be. I think women on a subconscious level put a lot of value on giving ourselves to a man. And a lot of women won't admit this because we want to make it seem like we can be just like the men, right? But a lot of women will attach to you just off of the fact that y'all lay down together. Especially if she's a woman that don't do a lot of sleeping around. For example, have y'all seen them women who they be celibate for 5 or 6 or 7 years, and then they're emotionally distraught if they finally sleep with a man again and then he dogs her out? And it's because she put so much value in sleeping with a man and giving it up to a man that she feels like, oh, I gotta make this work because I laid down with you. That is the real mindset of a woman. Honestly and truly, I ain't gonna hold you. I used to be like that. That's why I stayed in relationships, because my mentality is once we sleep together, we go together. Once we sleep together, we go together. Because I slept with you. How do we not go together? That don't make sense to me. Like I didn't have that mentality of, oh, we just casually hooking up or we in a situationship. Like, no, like once we sleep together, like we go together. And if we don't go, like if we don't, like, what? That's crazy. That's crazy if we don't. Like, I appreciate you, Mariah, but 5 years without an engagement isn't good. Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely understand that. To be honest, I never wanted to marry him. I know that sounds bad. I was 18. So this was between the ages of 18 and 23. And I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy that there was no engagement or no marriage. It worked out how it was supposed to. But I get what you're saying. And I also kind of give couples grace when they're that young. Like I don't expect people under the age of 25 to be getting married. Now, would I do it again? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I haven't been since then. I haven't had a relationship go that far. You get what I'm trying to say? Like my longest relationship after that was like almost 2 years. But I definitely ain't staying with no man and that long. And but I'm to the point where I don't even know if I want to get married. That's what I'm saying. I'm the wrong person to ask. That's true. Maybe the dope is trying to control, subdue a man, and they get hooked on the adventure of that. Yeah, I think so. Like, I think a lot of it has to do, especially if you're dealing with a man who's like, I guess, non-committal. I guess because I see some women, it's like they like dealing with men that don't like it. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't never like once me and a man done slept together, I ain't never had a problem getting into a relationship. So I don't know about that. And that ain't to hype me up. It's just like, yeah, we go together and they was with it. So we was together. Or it was a situation where it was like, oh well, I thought we was already together. I only had one situation when I can think about it. I ain't even gonna talk about that. But even that was because a whole nother situation. Let me be quiet.
There are people from all walks of life that need to hear other perspectives, either to solidify theirs or make them curious about another way that could work better for them. Brother, the one thing you said that was really interesting to me.
You telling me
is
who you're working for.
You said what?
You're telling me who you're working for.
And that's why a lot of people look.
But meaning you telling
when you say that, when you say that, you go when you and what you're saying,
you're working to provide a platform for all of the voices, for all the different types of people, because people are not a monolith. So the voices that you are giving a platform to have no success if they are not in a healthy relationship.
I just told you that there are people on our panel that are married.
Exactly. That's not what's being posted.
Hey, I got a quick question here, Ace, because just to see if there's even any common ground, do you feel like there are?
Yeah, so Tony is right. Like there are people that come on the panel that are in healthy relationships, but he does really only play, like he only shows a lot of the content in those little clips that he puts out about like single people trying to date. But honestly and truly, people ain't trying to hear the healthy thing. So if you're running a business, and let's be clear, this is a business, you know, the relationship space is a business. So if you're thinking about your bottom line and your numbers, like people are going to want to post the most salacious, sensational thing. They're not going to want to post the healthy thing, right?
There are some people who should not be putting out relationship content. Do you also feel like there is a group of people who you would deem unqualified to speak on these topics?
personally,
yes.
Empower your students to be more authentic, impactful writers with Grammarly's comprehensive AI writing assistance.
In an experimental way, there's 6 or 7 people dating just to distract themselves from a heartbreak. So not everybody that's out here dating is dating to be married. And some people are dating just for fun. They're dating from a recreational sense. We can.
Okay, and that's the problem that Tony had with all this. You should not be dating if you're dating to distract yourself from a heartbreak. That's one thing I ain't never did. I ain't never went and dated just to distract myself from a heartbreak. That's some weak ass shit. I ain't even gonna hold you. That's weak. That is like, I'm sorry. And I know people do it. I know most people have done that. But that just shows that mentally you cannot stand on your own 2 feet. And that's the reason why the dating pool, part of the reason why it's so messed up, because you have people that don't want to go sit alone with their emotions. And it hurt. It's hard. Like, I'm telling y'all, as somebody that done had to get through some stuff, like, I'm telling you as somebody who was like, dang, you know what, like, had to consciously be like, I don't need to be dating, and had to sit up in the house alone, baby, like house dark in a deep depression, right? Because I don't have any vices, I don't smoke, and I only drink when I get around people. So I'm not finna sit up in the house and be getting drunk by myself. And then on top of that, I don't got nobody that I can just go lay up with to make myself feel better. But once you go through it, when you feel that fire, like when Usher said, let it burn, that's what he's talking about. Like, when you feel that, you come out stronger. That's how you learn from y'all mistakes. And I see why a lot of people keep going through the same thing over and over again, just a different person, because you go out, like, you get your feelings hurt by somebody, you're immediately back into the dating pool. And then on top of that, you're like, you're looking for something that you wanted from the other person that they didn't give you in this new person, or you go and you date the exact same person. You feel me? I ain't even gonna hold you. I tried to date this dude in Colombia. Last year, right? And he was cool. Like, we never even did nothing like, sexual or nothing like that. We were getting to know each other, but he did something that made me just be like, no. You know what I'm saying? And like 2 weeks later, you posted up with a chick, then you trying to come talk to me and whoop-de-woo, oh, that's not my girlfriend, this and that, all this BS. And it's like, sir, I cannot go no further with you because I don't even see you the same. Like, we literally stopped talking 2 weeks ago. So you either was dealing with her or you was a weak ass person who hop on the next person. Either way, I don't have no respect for that type of behavior, right? Like, if it don't work out with somebody, you should be kind of giving yourself some time. I don't respect the behavior. I can't even look at you the same no more. You feel me? Yeah, regroup. If I could start over, I would just be single and have 10 women at a time. Huh? No more, no less. What? I'm not gonna play with you. I like to understand who I am and what I actually like and need to. Okay, yeah, I understand. When you meditate and fast with yourself, it shows you facts. Like, you can identify the problem, even if you were the problem. So, like, I'm sorry. Like, when you get, especially after a certain age, all that hopping from person to person to person, no. Binky fasting is the ultimate self-discovery.
Get up here on this podcast say, oh, in a perfect world, everybody would be dating for marriage. But this world ain't perfect. Most of your listeners have been led on or are misled, or time has been wasted on somebody they thought was intentionally dating, but that person was just recreational or experimental dating. So my point is, yes, if the goal is marriage and 2 people link and both of their goals are united as marriage, yes, a spiritual path for that and spiritual advice is a good place to start. Somebody like Tony will be a great place to start. But getting to a person and finding a person and avoiding people that are not there to get you there is also a path too. And there are people that have been in this dating situation so long that they know how to recognize red flags a little bit better than people that haven't. And so those people have a voice too, and those people reach people too. So for us to act like we live in this idealistic world where everything.
He right about that. Yeah. So if it's a situation where you're trying to like spot red flags, some people, especially if you've dated or you're somebody who's really perspective, are going to be willing to give better advice than somebody who like did everything the right way, or somebody who got married really young. A lot of people that got married really young, you ain't really go through too much game. You ain't really seen what all is out there. I'm going to tell you this, because I had been in a relationship for like most of my 20s. I had been in a relationship, right? Like I had a 5-year relationship, then I got into a 2-year relationship, then I got into another almost 2-year relationship. So that's most of my 20s where I'm not even in the dating field at all. I didn't realize until I started trying to date at 30 that people in relationships are in the dating pool pretending to be single. I did not know that was a thing because it never happened to me. You feel me? Like it was so much stuff that I had to like now that I'm actually like single and I'm not like in a relationship, or I'm not, because normally I just get into like normally how it would be is once I like somebody and we start talking and dating, then we get into a relationship. But you know, now it's kind of like, okay, now I have to kind of date, and I had to kind of like learn some things, and I'm like, oh, this is weird, people do this, or these are the lies people tell, or you know, but I was able to pick up on it quickly. But imagine somebody who is just completely clueless, or somebody who don't learn fast and they're trying to navigate these situations. What do you say? Wow, that's very inspiring. You should make I don't know, like, do you do YouTube skinny? Like, you should write about that. That's awesome. No, for real. Okay. Hey, that's the message. Keep your diet clean. Okay. Keep your diet clean. So I get what he was trying to say there, but you know, Tony even came out and just, you know, he talk about these type of dudes all the time about how they fraud and women shouldn't be listening to them because they fraudulent. So he's come out and talked about these type of men all the time. I've always known that this man wasn't right. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up the drama. Let's get to the drama. Okay, let's get to the drama. Is this part 1? Okay, let me mute myself.
Hi, and welcome to episode 1 of Who the Fuck Did I Work For? So because I'm unemployed, this is my content now. So if you like content like this, like, share, subscribe. Subscribe to my YouTube channel and hit that little bell notification. So this is the creator of the pod. This is Randy Rosario, Mike the Poet, Trip Fontaine, Fine Ass Keita Rose, and Mojo Gaja. A lot of you guys are like, well, I don't care about this bitch or that bitch. Where's my favorite? Oh, this. She go to your favorite. She be dropping them gems. This is Kitty Rose. She got Randy out quick, fast. She said, I want your spot. How can I manipulate everyone to get it? I'm going to detail that, though, in the following episodes. It's going to be like 500 episodes. Uh-oh, bonus feature. This guy says he used to be with Kitty, but that can't be true because it would have been around the time she was married, and she can't stand side bitches, and she can't stand cheating women. The drama, the tea. Hope we all heal. Hi, and welcome to episode 1 of Who the Fuck Did I Work For? So because I'm unemployed, this is my content now. So if you like content like this, like, share, subscribe.
Okay, so it's 2 women. You got Kitty Rose, and this is Keita Rose right here, for those of y'all who don't know. So Kitty, I don't know if y'all be seeing these clips, but Kitty Rose is the dark-skinned chick who was like always giving that, like, you know, she always says the right thing. She always knows the right thing to say. It's always the healing, it's always the healing place that she gives the advice from. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the fact that this chick is like, she's the worst type of chick. Like, and you would never know. So there was a guy that came out and he was like, yeah, while she was married, I was dealing with her. All these dudes are coming out talking about how I was dating her. And then like less than a couple weeks later, she's with a whole nother dude. She got 6 kids and all these baby daddies and all this. And it's like, ma'am, okay, if you're going to give certain type of advice about healing, I need you to actually go put your coochie on ice. Start there. Start there. Ma'am, I need you to make it to at least, like, can you make it 6 months without sleeping with somebody? Then try for a year. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just detox yourself. Detox yourself. It's okay for a woman to have made a whole bunch of mistakes and then you come out and like give advice, right? Because you've been there and done that. But it's like, if you're acting like you're already healed and you currently still doing BS, and you can't have possibly healed if you ain't never had no time to yourself. So what are we really talking about here? You know, but it sounds good. It sounds good. That's the problem.
Hello, and thank you for watching part 2 of Who the Fuck Did I Work For? I just want to address a few things that have been really pissing me off. Number 1, I'm not one of those friends that fall out with a friend and tell their business. These hoes actually never liked me at all. This isn't a hurt people situation. This is a you fucked around and now you're gonna find out. A lot of you are saying this seems a little one-sided, Keita. Right, because I'm the only one talking. So since your faves get paid to speak on a daily basis, they should have no problem freaking out. Before it was tonight's conversation, live and uncut. It was tonight's conversation, love, sex, and relationships, the tour. I had never been on tour before. I was content creating and working HR at Kraft Macaroni and Cheese. I was HR there. By the way, since we're doing this, y'all probably shouldn't be eating that shit either, but if they sue me, they're going to take my son. So I best be shutting that ass up. But I got to meet some really great people. I met the very talented Jay Martinez, the very funny TC Caldwell, the really beautiful and talented K-Love the poet, and Mo, Joe. Look how happy I am. Stupid girl.
Y'all, she keep calling Ace Mojo Jojo. She's calling him that because she signed an NDA, so she don't want to say his name, but she got his picture up here. Yeah, she's very goofy. Like, she's very goofy. And it's a lot. Like, I couldn't, if she, like, I hope this is just her personality for the internet. Because if she's like that all the time, it's a lot to deal with. That's a lot. I was wondering why. LOL. Yeah, I'm like, why she keep calling him Mojo Jojo? It probably is. So she's been married before. She has a kid. She, you know what, AP? She built how you like them. She built, and she's thick. You know, she's a thick chick. She got a nice, you know, she thick. She juicy. Like, not bad built. She just juicy. Like, why Six the Goddess, after they got into it, said that she was built like a bus driver. And now, like, AP, when you told me you like the women that's built like a bus driver, I can't like unhear it. But to me, she got a nice little shape on her. She just thick, like, she juicy.
this healed, emotionally mature, ready for marriage man. Honestly, the show was a vibe. It was a vibe. It was intimate. It was positive. I had millions of followers. TC had millions of followers, but he lost his page. And when he lost his page, Mojo Jojo said, "You're no longer valuable. Goodbye. Goodbye." This my best friend. And the reason why I'm in this fucking predicament, she was following Mojo Jojo and couldn't believe he picked me to be on tour. So when Mojo Jojo hired me, he said that we were going to make a lot of money because he had done a lot of shows. This wasn't his first show. This was my first tour, but not his. He used to be on tour with, who's that? Apparently it started out a card game, but then they like moved it to making content and then moved it on the road. I don't know. So one of the products sold on tour that made the tour and made him so lucrative is his card game. But word on the curb, allegedly is this was not his idea. A little birdie told me that the card game was his idea, but he just didn't know how to market it.
Y'all, okay, so y'all see your boy Derek Jackson. So Ace and Derek Jackson, and y'all know the drama he went through with all his 7-Eleven side chicks that came out and his crazy wife that was seeing demons and throwing holy water everywhere. We all know the drama, and Derek Jackson was like the #1 panderer. Like, ain't nobody pander the way Derek Jackson did. I mean, that man's still pandering. Okay, to this day, he's still pandering, right? He was the best to ever do it. So they were friends, birds of a feather flocking together. And I do remember Derek Jackson coming out with his game. I don't know if it was released before or after Ace released that game, but I do remember that. But yeah, and that's why I say you gotta pay attention to the type of friends that the men that you are dating are surrounding themselves with, period. Like, I look at all of that. Like, if you're around a whole bunch of men who are of low moral fiber, then 9 times out of 10 you're that way. And guess what? I take the same criticism. A lot of men say they don't want to date women who only hang around women who are hoes. And actually, I get that, because like, if you're a woman who, if you don't like certain things, like, there's certain things that I just don't like. And I'm not that friend that you can do certain things. Like, my homegirls, I ain't never known them to cheat on a man. If they ever have, I'm not the friend they gonna come tell that. I'm not, because I'm gonna tell you wrong, you know? So it's like, if you're friends with women who are just out here just loose and doing all type of activities, like, how can you stomach that? How can you tolerate that? You know what I'm saying? I'm the type of chick, a lot of times girls won't invite me to do certain things because they feel like I'm stuck up, or they think I'm gonna, you know, I think I'm better than everybody. And it's not that. Like, certainly I made my mistakes. I haven't been comfortable in that mess. So it's like, when you have a friend, a man or a woman who is hanging around with people who are comfortable in foolishness, like, that's their lifestyle. It's not just a one-off thing, or they don't, like, that's how they live in. Then you be like, well, how can you even just stomach that? Like, you know, most of the time, people who don't like engaging in those type of activities don't even want to be around all that.
How to market it right. Good thing Mojo Jojo is a master marketer. Ooh. Unfortunately, this is going to be the end of part 2. But don't worry, we're going to give you a sneak peek of what's to come in part 3.
That's what I'm telling you. Wait, so y'all men really don't like getting y'all asses ate? No, man. For what? Y'all better be glad I don't know. Oh, shit. Because I put these niggas after.
Now this is Kitty. I'm going to pull up a clip of Kitty Rose. This is Miss Prayer Closet Kitty. This was not too long ago. This ain't a clip she pulled from long ago. This is Miss Healed Christian. I'm going to go to my Prayer Closet Kitty, talking about how she liked to eat men's grout. Okay, she's on here in the public telling people she likes to do that. And then she gonna talk about how she like to get that R. Kelly special, that golden shower. Like, ma'am, you know, everything, first of all, I don't understand how women can like that kind of stuff. I don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't understand. But even if you do, not everything is for public consumption. Not all of your kinks are for public consumption, right? But like, let me tell you, these type of women always keep a man. And from what these men were saying, it's like she had them up in their feelings, right? She had these men watching her kids and stuff. It's funny. It's funny. I'm gonna pull up a clip of her giving some of her spiritual advice.
I'm the stronger baby. I like for men to pee on me. Okay? In all true honesty, it's something about that scream hitting that.
Hello, and thank you for watching part 2 of.
You know what's sad? The man looked uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? The man that she was with, he looked uncomfortable. It's so sad when as like, you really got some women out here that's really more like kinky than men. Because even the man was looking like, what? Like, you feel me? He looked uncomfortable with the conversation. I don't know if she was drunk. I don't know if she was on a pill. I don't know. Okay, I think I found the clip. Let me pull it up.
Woman's woman, regardless of the think pieces that y'all see, regardless of those 30-second clips that y'all see, I want better for women. I don't want women to put themselves in a low position for the sake of no man. Because I promise you it's something better out there. You don't have to put yourself in position just because you don't want to be lonely, because you want a little bit of company. I guarantee you, when you start having a little more discernment, a little more discipline, a little more control in your life, that man will find you. Typically, the side chicks, when they hear these conversations, is coming from a place of desperation.
Right.
Not be damned.
Right.
If I let my women be desperate women,
Right.
I refuse to allow that. So if you have positioned yourself like that, I promise you, you are not getting the best aspects. You may be getting the pieces of him that the wife hasn't seen in a long time, because either he took those pieces away or because he hasn't been able to navigate those hardships in an appropriate way in his marriage. But don't take the scraps. Woman's woman, regardless of the think pieces that y'all see, regardless of.
Okay, my whole thing is like, it's not that the advice that she was given was wrong. It's not that. It's not that at all. It's just that, like, and it ain't even. Ma'am, you cannot sit up here and talk to women about being in a low position and you was letting men pee on you. You was like, you letting men pee on you. Letting men pee on you. I don't know.
But I'm gonna tell you one thing: the moment that a man does not give you clarity, The moment that he does not give you clarity, because I'm not going to throw this on him, it's your responsibility to ask for that clarity. And if he still does not give you that clarity when you ask for it, it's your responsibility to analyze yourself and realize when this person is stressing you out or making you anxious or creating confusion. And then it's your responsibility to walk away. Stop worrying about that damn right move. We don't give a shit about that. Worry about the fact that this man has already put you in a position to where you have been confused. And in any dating or relationship, there should never be a moment of confusion, because it's going to trigger your anxiety and it's going to make it worse for you. That's all I got for you, honey bun. But I'm going to tell you one thing. The moment that a man does not give you clarity.
Okay, so it sounds good. Like, it sounds good. But by all accounts, hopefully it comes up in these videos that I'm bringing up. She was the toxic one. Like, she the toxic woman. Like, when we talk about like narcissistic, toxic women who don't give clarity, like she's talking about clarity, cheating, lying, being scandalous. Like, these men are telling it on her. Like, she was the toxic one. So like, it sounds good, but ma'am, you was scandalous out here. Give me a second.
Hello, and thank you for watching part his idea, but he just didn't know how. Hello, and thank you for watching. Hello, governor, and thank you for watching episode 3 of Who the Fuck Did I Work For? I know a lot of you don't like my delivery. I got this message today. When you do your next story time, could you do it less animated? It's taken away from your story time. No. And let me tell you why. No hate to you, because a lot of people have said that, right? They don't like my delivery, my antics, the animation. It's less believable. I don't give a shit what you believe. That's the truth. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you how I tell it. And I'm an animated person. So regardless of what I deliver, good news or bad news, it's going to come out animated, you bland, boring bitches. Anyway, where did we leave off?
I'm liking y'all asses, ain't no, man. For what? Y'all better be glad I ain't no oh shit. Cause I put these niggas.
Ooh, you guys were mad about that one. You guys acted like I made that video. First of all, I just like to address a couple things. One, I'm not kink shaming anybody. If you want to get pissed on, you want to get pissed on. I don't. I'm not judging you. We listen and we don't judge. You're mad at me because your favorite coach, life coach, likes to get pissed on. What did I do? A lot of you said, well, if that's her husband, it is what it is. But that wasn't her husband in the video. So. Number 3, this isn't about booty eating, grocery shopping, or anything of the sort. This was to show you how she speaks around people that she's comfortable with. So when you guys said I was bullying her, right, when she got on TikTok crying, y'all were like, oh, you're going too hard. No. She talked like that. She talked like nigga, bitch. That's how she talked. It's just that, not on stage. So I wasn't bullying anybody, but I bet a bitch won't try to bully me. But I bet I bitch won't try to bully me. So the guy in the video was not her husband, right? And so he was.
This make it even more dramatic because they all live in Dallas. They live down the street from each other. That's why she acting like that. That's why she talking hard like that. They live in Dallas. I think Keita live because she said she be going to that beauty supply off of Gannon in Oak Cliff. So I know she lived close to the hood. Okay, so these are some hood rats. And I ain't talking bad about them because I'm from the hood too, but just know that this could really escalate.
He was just somebody that she was doing business with. Now, this guy, a lot of you have seen his video. He dated her. I'm not sure what happened, but she sent him a very long apology via email, which is, oh my God, like, is he a colleague or a nigga you messing with? I ain't gonna hold you. I didn't read that email. And once I see that your text is this long, you lost me. Now, I don't know why her and the guy you just seen broke up, but I do know that he stated she threw a lot of insults. She was very violent, very angry. And she sent this and another 4 or 5 emails.
Okay, AP, there go your violent. Violent woman, violent and toxic. Yeah, because she definitely finna be doing all that apologizing for this toxic behavior. Like, he seems like the way the man is gonna come on here, he seems like the female in a relationship. Like, this is by all means a hood rat, okay?
I was like, I told you, you guys can pause it. I ain't reading it. Now, a lot of women in the comments were like, well, she's apologizing. Yeah, but what he's trying to convey is with narcissistic women, they will do something terrible and then apologize, and then do something terrible and then apologize. The apology is more to get you back so they can have more of their supply, not that they actually mean it, because if they meant it, they would stop. Now, upon this guy coming out, there's another guy that came out saying that she shot him with his own gun. Shot at him or shot him? Listen here.
Damn near exactly what happened with me and her when I dated her. She saw that I had did some shit in my phone. We started fighting. Well, we didn't even start fighting. She started hitting me. I was 200 pounds, like 250 at the time, 6 feet tall. She's, 5'3", 150 pounds soaking wet. I'm like, I can't hit you, so I'm trying to get out the way. She get in the car, keep hitting me, destroys my car, and then shoots at me with my own gun 3 times.
Miles. Hello, governor, and thank you for watching episode 3 of Who the Fuck Did I Work For?
I don't know, Keita. You might want to pipe down, okay? She out here shooting ninjas. You might want to get off the internet. Like, I don't know if this is what you want. I don't know. We gonna keep watching.
And pop goes the bad bitch. Good morning, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you are from. Thank you for watching episode 4, season 1 of Who the Fuck Did I Work For? A lot of you don't like that there be smoke in my videos, but I'm unemployed. To everybody that has reached out to me, asked me if my mental is okay, asked me if I'm good, I really do appreciate you. I seen some comments saying like she's playing the victim. She acts like a victim. I'm not a victim. I don't even want to call myself a victim. I trusted a man with taco meat on his face. That man has a taco meat beard. That is the makings of a shiesty fella. Ladies, if your boyfriend has taco meat on his face, he's going to mess you up. Listen to me. I can speak from experience. And that reminds me, a lot of you were saying, well, I wouldn't listen to such and such, or I wouldn't listen to such and such. Listen, it didn't start off a panel. It was first a conversation. So season 1 was me, Rico, Mojo, Jojo. Y'all, let's take a poll, guys. Do you like Mojo, Jojo? Or do you like taco meat beard man? So I know I mentioned in my story on Instagram that he used to say things like, you're not going to be aesthetically pleasing, or are you working on your weight, Keita? And that this is what I look like when I met him. But who was ugly? Also, taco meat on your face. Now, Rico was the first villain. He came in to not only be a part of the podcast, but like help direct the podcast. So one day we were shooting, and I guess we all found out that Rico didn't appreciate being talked to a certain way, and also just it was bad. It was explosive. Now, Mojo Jojo said in one of his lives that I think that he had hired 100 cast members. There's been so many cast members in and out of his house. That was the guest cast. That wasn't core cast. Core cast stayed the same every freaking day. So we're sitting in his basement and we're all having a conversation about I just don't know what, but Mojo Jojo and Rico get into it back and forth. Rico doesn't like how he's being spoken to, so he says something along the lines of, shut up, I'll beat your ass in your own house, something like that. I don't know. Allegedly, it's not verbatim. And then Mojo Jojo said, use your words. At that moment, I was so excited. I was like, oh my gosh. Hit him. Hit him. But he didn't. He acted very professionally. We didn't see Rico again. And I think that's when we saw him, I guess, 1 or 2 straggling shows, but Rico didn't need the money. So we didn't see Rico again. But I think that's when I found out that when you do stand up for yourself, I mean, he didn't have to say. But when you do challenge him, you're going to get fired. It's going to be your last day, bud.
I I can't work for narcissistic people. I had a narcissistic boss. Like, I feel like you gotta be in need or not have any pride to work for a narcissistic boss. They be the worst, baby. I had a narcissistic boss, and we happened to go on vacation, and I had to beat her ass on vacation because, ma'am, you was not gonna talk to me any kind of way. I am not whoever you keep around you that need this money. I understand, Rico. Like, they will take you there. They will take you there to where, like, you either got to get from around them or you got to beat their ass. If you got any type of pride about yourself, those are the worst people to work around.
It's gonna be your last day, bud. And sure, I could have quit at that moment. I could have said, oh, you can't challenge him. If you challenge him, it's going to be a problem. But I did not, because I enjoyed the people that I worked with. I was making good money. And I didn't want to quit my job. Would you quit your job if you found out that
Girl, yes. We was on the island. We was in St. Thomas. We was supposed to be having a good time. Yes, girl. I really didn't want to, but I had to. I had to.
that your boss was a... You know, what's crazy is along the years, a lot of people have been using words like narcissist and diagnosing everyone around them. But when you actually see a narcissist, do you know what to look for? A lot of you think that I'm bullying our friend Kit Kat, but I'm not. I truly believe she's a female narcissist. And no, I'm not a doctor. But I think when you blindly believe and follow whoever, including myself, you don't do victims justice. People that didn't deserve whatever happened to them. So please think about that, because these men, and there are a lot of men. Oh, there's so many. It's raining men. So a gentleman reached out and said that he dated Kitty, the, relationship expert. So I'm sure the relationship was healthy and loving and progressive. Well, he said that he was cheating on her, right? Which no woman wants. So I want to be fair and tell all the facts. But the woman just reached out, I guess the girl that he cheated with, and it says Kitty did try to kill him that night. It was because I had butt dialed him. Around that time, he had been messing with both me and her. She found out. Then she got ugly. That girl used to cyber stalk me. She found out where I lived. She used to go live and talk about me and him over her FB and TikTok. It was a whole shit show. So she's saying she butt dialed him. And because of that, Kitty was on the phone. She heard. They began to fight. Now, that's what you heard in part 3. They began to fight. The car got damaged. Shots went off. She used his own gun to shoot at him. All because of a butt dial. Now, of course, the story is going to get deeper, and I'm invested. Are you? And pop goes the bad bitch. Good morning, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you are from. Thank you for watching episode 4. And pop goes the... Hello, and thank you for watching episode 5, season 1 of Who the Fuck Did I Work For? Now, see, I would love to keep the storyline in order, but your faves keep getting on lives, forcing people to be uncomfortable and look at them and talking about some shit that don't even matter. So I thought to react to the live. I have to watch it here because I'm blocked.
Numbers don't lie, sir. You right. You don't know them. You don't know the numbers. You ain't did the education way. You ain't did the education way. You ain't did the education. You don't know the numbers. Matter of fact, I do. You ain't did the education. You guys, I love y'all, man. And honestly, I hope at some point in your life, and a lot of you guys are there.
Look at Mandy.
Some point in your life,
y'all don't know the numbers.
To the point where, excluding the people that are already there. Right?
I ain't followed her today.
When you get to the point where you're
no, thank you. Stay
organizing a national tour, self-funded,
from money you stole,
self-promoted,
using our pixels.
You know what I'm saying?
Self. Yikes.
You'll have a better perspective.
Then give us that perspective.
There's promoters all over the country that'll listen to me talk and understand everything that I'm saying.
We understand you. We just don't
We're
believe
not
you.
trying to go back and forth.
So
I can't stand people like this. Let me tell y'all something. Nobody was coming to see Eighth Metaphor. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. Nobody. You know what I'm saying? Now, I can appreciate, what he was able to do as far as scaling the business. They were making a lot of money. Like, he didn't even said he was charging $200 and $300 of tickets, and they were selling out 6,000, 7,000 people a show. That's a lot of money, right? But when you're making that much money and you are not paying your employees, you can't sit up and talk about how you a boss. You can't try to sun nobody. You should have been able to pay your employees. Furthermore, tonight's conversation was the talent that he was able to bring on. So people were coming to see Kitty and Randy and Trip and Keita. So they were the value. He doesn't have any value on his own. He needs all of these people with far more interesting personalities and perspectives, or at least better actors than him, to bring the people out and to sell these tickets out. So he kind of tripping there. Yeah, like he can't. She got way too much personality the way that she's telling this story.
So let's get to one of the ways he had me messed up. He likes to show the P&L sheet. Everybody was talking about the P&L sheet. Kitty was like, I saw the P&L sheet. We've all got sent P&L sheets. They don't have any information on them, and they're doctored, because guess who creates the P&L sheets? Okay. We've never gotten any information on how much the tour, the app, the clips, the YouTube, the anything have ever made. We've never gotten information on it. The only time we can piece information together is when he's bragging. I got big money. I wipe my ass with 50,000. I make $500,000 a weekend. That's the only time we can kind of say, hey, because I remember something wasn't right with my money, though. And speaking of that, let's talk about it. So at May, me and my ex been broken up for a couple weeks. Cordial, everything's fine, but I'm waiting for my paychecks, and I'm like, what's going on? Because a lot of y'all were saying, well, why was he your manager? He wasn't my manager, but Ace didn't like talking to women. So JT is Randy's husband. Carlos is Kitty's. Well, they said she might not be married. That'll be on the next. I don't know if I tell you what, I'm just dizzy. Carlos, and then there was Kel, my boyfriend, but he wanted to speak to a man because he said that women don't quite get it. They don't quite get it, and it's easier to talk.
Ma'am, I wouldn't have been working with him to begin with. There would have been no way we would have been able to do business. And that's why, ladies, it is 2025. Quit letting these men, these so-called masculine men, brainwash you into thinking that there is something wrong with you being about your business and being about your money. Because hell nah, you ain't talking to my husband about you ain't talking to my husband about, when it comes to my money, you ain't talking to my husband about my money. I don't got no pimp. What you mean? Women just don't get it. Then it seems like we don't need to work together. You think you're going to talk to a man about my coin that I came and worked for? That sounds too much like pimpery to me. I can't get with it. I'm sorry. So that's why she got to, and she's saying she's taking responsibility. She got to take responsibility for what's about to happen with her money, because ain't no way. And the fact that it's not even just her, she's saying Randy allowed him to speak to her husband about her money. And Kitty, all these women are on board with their employer speaking to their man about money that they went and worked for. Baby, it's a sucker born every day, honestly and truly.
Talk to the men, even if the men don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So
that's another thing. Like, you ain't know your man was slow. You don't know your man is slow. I'll be damned if I let somebody that's not as smart as me manage my money. But okay.
Usually we just send them off to have the conversation and then get the information conveyed, right? So they never talked about this, not to me. That's why it was done behind my back. And apparently after I signed the contract, he changed things up. to where we had to buy our own plane tickets. We had to buy our own hotels, and there were no more rental cars. All that used to be given to us, now it was taken away. So he was like, what we can do, I guess to him, to Kel, was what we can do is make a deal to give you in advance so that you can pay for these things. And then we'll just take it from her shows in the back end. Okay, even if that was the case, even if I would have been okay with some dumb shit like that, and I absolutely wouldn't have, because why am I paying to work? Is this 12 years of slave? Even if I would have been okay with some dumb shit like that, why send it to his personal bank account? All the money has been sent to my bank account. Would it be because when I checked my bank account, I'd have been like, what's this for? So his manager writes back and says that attaches a promissory note. The promissory note isn't signed. The promissory note just basically says, I promise to pay, but it isn't signed. No one freaking signed it, not even the ex. So who promised to pay you? Every time you ask about the money, it's we're going bankrupt, we don't have it, I'm losing, I'm redlined. Every time you say, well, I'm sorry, you're having money issues, it's I'm not having money issues, I got big money. So you never quite know. That's why he was shaking and flailing. Also, I'd like to talk about the public support of my colleagues, right? The people that I've been on the pod with. I've never asked for public support. I never said, you better like that.
I'm sorry. Some of y'all gonna be mad at me. Some of y'all gonna be mad at me for what I'm gonna say. But that's why. Should I say that? Y'all gonna be mad. That's why you don't do business. You just don't do business with certain type of people. You especially don't do business with folks that ain't never had nothing. I'm sorry. And like, honestly and truly, y'all, I don't agree with all these women. Because, for example, we can talk about like Lapeef and what went on over there, how they're always losing their female talent over there. What happens is you get these women on these shows, and they're the true value. A lot of the times, these shows don't even get popping until they start bringing women on, and the men start making more money. People want to come because the women are looking good. They want to see the back and forth banter between the men and the women. And these women stay on these platforms, and like after a while, these men start dogging them and treating them dirty, right? And then once the dudes just, completely not pay them or something, something goes wrong, the women finally come out and speak about it later on. But I just feel like, I don't know, as a woman, it's better for you to try to like have your own platform and build your own platform. It's okay to go, like, I guess, be a guest. Like if she would have been a guest on his stuff, but to completely like be dependent on him in terms of business and the money, no. And honestly, she should have learned when his friend Rico left. Like she should have been leaving right behind him. Men know men. Men know men. So when I see a man that does not trust another man in business or feels like it's not good to do business with another man, no. Men know men. There were so many red flags here.
Like this comment or say this or that. I stand alone because I can stand alone. I don't need anybody to say I left because of, or I believe her, or I had these kind of conversations. All I need people to do is when I'm lying, stop me. Contracts were changed out the blue. New changes couldn't happen so fast. They couldn't be put on the contract. It just every single day was a mess of like, what? So yes, most of the time he did pay on time, with exceptions, as he stated. You can write the manager, complain, say this isn't right, wait, what's going on? All you're going to get is a long, drawn-out response that the same shit that he's going to tell you, but long and drawn out with big words. Now, I still haven't gone over the fact that he called me several times to get a hold of my merch, right? He wanted my merch. He wanted to take control of it. Even though I said I already had a crew, I already had my situated, I did not need help. He called me every single day until I said, okay. I had a lot going on. My address had been leaked. There's a lot of, I found out my address was leaked. I was moving. I had a lot going on. So I said, okay. And I didn't even get to the part where he wouldn't give me my merch back unless I said thank you and bought a bottle of tequila. And he put it in an email, and I thought he was joking, but little did I know he was not kidding at all. Hello, and thank
Baby. What? This is my merchandise. and you want me to tell you thank you and buy you what? Boy, you gonna buy me a bottle of tequila before I buy you a bottle of tequila. What is going on? Women, ladies, I need y'all to work on your self-esteem and know your value. You know, Keita Rose is very, very funny. Before Kitty and all of them came on, her and Randy had a really good chemistry. Like, she's very funny. This is you not knowing your worth. Like, and I get it now. She's getting on the internet and standing up for herself, but like, stand up for yourself in the moment. Like, check these dudes. Like, what? I don't understand. And that's why I don't never get upset when a man tells me I have masculine energy. Like, I never see it as an insult when a man tries to tell you, oh, you're masculine, you're to this. Yes, I am. I'm very masculine. I'm very masculine. That lets you know that you're not going to play with me. You're not going to play with me. Not in life or love or in business. Definitely not in business. You're not going to play with me about my money. Yes, I'm a whole man out here in these streets and behind my money. Period.
Thank you for watching episode. Hello, my fellow crash outs, and thank you for watching episode 6 of Who the F Did I Work For? Had to censor myself. They're trying to take my pages. If you no longer see me on any of the platforms, follow my YouTube. That means Mojo Jojo 1. So there's a rumor that Mojo Jojo is smashing everybody on the cast, and I don't know where y'all came up with that. But I do know I did say he was dibbling and dabbling for show. Yeah, I know I said that. I got something on my shirt. So this is my very first tour. I'm getting to perform. I'm seeing new fans.
Okay, is he smashing everyone on the cast or is he dibbling and dabbling? Because what's the difference? That's what I need to know. What's the difference? What is dibbling and dabbling versus smashing? What is that? You got to clarify that.
Fans in new cities.
AP, I don't know if you still on here, but I'm going to make myself small just so you can see this picture. She look good. She a good looking woman.
I love this experience, but I'm starting to get irritated, and I'm telling K-Love this. I'm starting to get irritated at Mojo Jojo and the things he would say on stage, especially like if you're in an otherwise healthy and happy marriage, and he decides to cheat on you, your husband decides to cheat on you, you shouldn't leave because otherwise, like other than that, you were happy. Well, clearly we weren't happy because I'm getting cheated on. So that's the stuff that I would say.
Yeah, I've seen him say that. And again, men that say that kind of stuff are cheaters. They're cheaters. They're cheaters. And a lot of the times they'll say stuff like that because, you know, they know women that they deal with are watching these watching the content, watching their shows. So it's like a way to kind of like plant that type of expectation into the women. So yeah, like men who say, oh, if you're in an otherwise healthy relationship and your man cheats on you, then you know they're cheaters. You know, they're cheaters. And there are men who will tell you leave, straight up, leave. You feel me? Yeah, she's very pretty. In my opinion, she's very pretty. So yeah. So that like is red flag number 1. Anytime a man starts talking to me about, well, if you're in a happy relationship and a man cheats, you should stay. I already know you're gonna cheat. I already know you're a cheater. I already know. No, I'm not staying. I physically cannot stay. Like, I have the pride of a man. Like, I cannot stay. I don't know. There's nothing in me that can stay. Like, everything in my body gonna tell me go. I cannot. Sorry. So I'm not built like that. Some women are. I'm going. I don't care how happy it was. I don't care if we had whatever we had going on. I don't care. I'm the type of person, I will leave. I don't care what I built. I don't care. There's nothing in life that I cannot walk away from. There's nothing that I have. The only person I'm attached to is my daughter. I don't have attachments enough to things and people to feel like I can't go if a man cheats on me. I'm sorry. I don't care. Okay, y'all seen that I packed up and moved to a whole nother country. And even then, when they started that trade war yesterday, I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm not going to be able to renew my visa in Colombia. Guess I'll go to Argentina. Like, that'd be my mentality about things. I'm never too attached to something to where I cannot move around, even if I love you. But honestly and truly, I feel like if you are a cheater, you are replaceable. You're replaceable. I can find another man to cheat on me. I can find another man to mistreat me. A faithful person is irreplaceable.
That would make him very mad. And he would only show that after we got off stage. So then I realized, okay, I'm going to have to censor myself because he's not going to let me really express. So aside from all the women that, like the fans that would sleep with Mojo Jojo, because this is when I found out that tour life means a lot of effing is going on. A lot of boot scooting boogieing. So aside from all the women that he would sleep with on tour, he would sleep with, you know, his assistants. So I met one of his assistants that let me know that he get down. Got a couple kinks as well. I'm not shaming it, but it does involve throw up. So Kit Kat ain't the only one that just loves bodily functions, bodily fluids, I meant. I'm sorry, I'm really frazzled by a lot of all this. I don't kink shame, but I don't think it's wrong to be kink surprised. Imagine a close friend being like, I just need to be.
I kink shame. I'm sorry, because some stuff ain't kinks. You just nasty. You're just nasty. You're dirty. You're filthy. I'm going yuck your yum. Because some of this stuff, it's filthy. I'm sorry. It can't come from a good, clean place. Like, it's dirty. It's worse than, like, you might as well go lay down in pig slop. Some of the stuff that y'all be out here doing and thinking is okay and promoting is normal. That issue's weird. Like, it's certain things that if people tell me that they're into them, I'm like, I know something is wrong with you. Like, you have psychological issues. What happened during childhood? Like, for real. It's some stuff, yeah, no. It should be shamed. You should be ashamed to say it. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Be pooped on. Every day I think about it. Love it. So after every show, we like to go out and eat, celebrate. And I remember being in Dayton, Ohio, and talking to his wife and basically telling them that they had amazing husbands because I seen them do their job and go home. And they really showed me that married men can absolutely be in front of a whole bunch of women that are open and ready to pop it up, to pop it out. They can see that and say, what I got at home is more precious, and go to their hotel room and not be frazzle-dazzling in the lobby.
And both of those men are good looking. What did I tell y'all? Most of the time, if you meet a man who does not cheat, most of the time the men that do not cheat are handsome. They might have a little height on them and all that. Like, that's why I don't subscribe to that all men cheat. Do majority of them cheat? Yes. It's sounding like majority of these women out here cheating too. But there are a lot of men who, once they've decided to sit down somewhere, they ain't moved by none of that. They ain't trying to be bothered. They don't want the problems. They are genuinely into their woman. I'm not saying they probably never think about it, but I mean, they not moving in it. But you're never going to find that type of man if you convince yourself that all men cheat, so you settle with a dude that's cheating on you. You're never going to find that type of man, okay? You're not even going to give yourself the opportunity.
And this is where I learned that cheating on your significant other or your spouse doesn't only hurt your significant other, but it really makes everybody around the situation feel uncomfortable. Because as I'm speaking to these ladies, his girl comes up and says, well, what about Mojo Jojo? You're saying he's faithful. What about him? So I would like to take a poll. If you knew that your boss was unfaithful and at the company Christmas party, his wife asks you, what are you going to say? Are you going to tell her the truth, or are you going to
I lost a friendship, like a close friendship from somebody that I really cared about because we all worked together and I worked up under her husband and he wanted to take, our job was numbers based, but I had already made sure that we had hit our goals. We were done. We were good. We had fulfilled our contractual obligations. And we honestly and truly, if we didn't want to go to any type of sites and do work for another like 3 months, we were good. We were set. All of a sudden, he wants to take this trip out of town and spend company money. Mind you, her sister owned the company and spend company money to go do like an extra trip. We didn't even need to do it. And the whole time he displayed behaviors that let not only me know, but another woman that was on the trip with me know that this was a cheating trip. You are here to cheat. I ain't gonna talk about everything that he did, but like I was so close to this woman like a sister, and I like held onto it until I couldn't. And then finally I told her. Mind you, she was like 10 years older than me. I was really young. I think I was like 23 or 24 at the time. Anyway, long story short, maybe later on that night, she's sending me all these texts. It seems like it was texts that he was typing up, basically going off on me and saying she should have been she should have been a better wife when I was telling her this and stood up for him. But now she's standing up for him and whoop-de-woo. And it's like, okay, I learned then, don't tell nobody about what they man is out here doing. Especially if you don't have no pictures. If you don't have pictures, now I'm quite sure, looking back on that, I'm quite sure that was going on, right? And then information came out. I didn't know that he had a pattern of this. So then other information had came out. But yeah, we stopped being friends. And it really hurt my feelings. We stopped being friends. And you know what's crazy? He was still trying to be, even after he knew that I had told her that, he was still trying to be cool with me, but she didn't want to be cool with me. Like, she didn't want to be cool with me. So I learned then, don't tell nobody about their man. But yes, it is very uncomfortable. I remember all the way up until I told her, it was just so uncomfortable being around him and listening to the things that he said. Like, I feel like, bruh, figure out another way. I know this was a good cover up, but you put people that cared about your wife and were close to y'all in an awkward situation. And I didn't appreciate being used as a cover up for the cheatation. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Gonna say, yeah, he's absolutely faithful. He's just like the rest of them. He's doing good. Well, if your answer was not the latter one, because mine was, I looked at her right in her face and I was like, he is faithful. Yeah, he really loves you. I didn't know what else to say. I did not want to lose my job. I was put in a very awkward situation. Me and that girlfriend weren't close then. Now we are, but we weren't close then. And I just didn't know what to do. And that's when I realized how selfish. He put me in this situation. Now, I might be wrong, but he put me in that situation. He didn't even have a type. Some wheelchair, little hand. I'm not trying to be rude. It didn't matter. It didn't matter the disability. Not to say anybody was like not able to function. Yeah, I don't think he took advantage of anyone. They were able, but the disabled.
That was too specific. Little hand and wheelchair, that was too specific. Men like that don't have a type like that, I always think that they're part of the community. They're one of the girls. Like, if you just don't discriminate at all, you ain't got no kind of type, you hitting anything, you can't convince me that you not gonna hit no man. because you like way too much variety. To men like that, that's just trying a different flavor of ice cream, baby. And then again, y'all know I've told y'all, men who always gotta be sleeping, you going on all these trips, sleeping with all these different women, men who are way too promiscuous, eventually, it's kind of like drugs, okay? It's like, it's it's like they have an addiction. It's like drugs. And you trying to try all these different flavors to like, you know, satisfy you. Eventually, you're not gonna be satisfied with no regular stuff. And then she was talking about he got all these kinks. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the boyfriend came out the woodworks. It's allegedly. I'm not saying that I've heard that. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple boyfriends came out the woodworks. If y'all are just now coming in here, please hit the like button. Thank you.
They're able. You hear what I'm saying? The disabled is able. They get down. You hear what I'm saying? Hello, my fellow crash outs, and thank.
I mean, disabled people need love too. You know, disabled people need love too. Okay, that don't mean they thing don't, you know, get to jumping. Okay, we got one more video to watch.
What is something you will not apologize for? I'll go first. I
will never apologize for having a voice and standing up for myself. We live in a world where people are literally afraid to talk about situations that have happened to them, to make a report about situations that have happened to them. Your mom is finally ready to have a hard conversation. She's finally ready to sit down and listen to you talk about some of the things that she's done to you that has caused pain and trauma in your life. After you've expressed to her what she's done, she completely shuts down, becomes defensive, and starts to attack you. Immediately, you wish that you never, ever even spoke up. Your boss starts to abuse their power and you make a report about it. And then all of a sudden, you become the bad apple of all the employees, even though no one's ever expressed that you were bad before you made that report. Whew, how convenient. You tell your partner that some of their actions are damaging and you'd like them to stop. And then now all of a sudden you become impossible to please and somebody that nags way too much. And now there's an uncomfortable feeling in your stomach because now you felt like you made your relationship worse by speaking up and expressing your feelings when you just could have shut the fuck up. Somebody forces you to do something and you're afraid to tell or make a report because you feel shame. You feel like you did something wrong. Standing up for yourself is hard. 9 times out of 10, the person that you're standing up against is going to tell you to shut the fuck up because they're comfortable treating you like shit or abusing power or whatever they're doing, but they're not comfortable with everyone in the world.
Okay, so she wasn't really giving any new information. That was just a video that she posted. So she was like, when, you know, you're talking about your future self. So to what you're saying, AP, you said, what if the type is a nice smile and great attitude? That can come on many different types of looking women. Well, I wouldn't disagree with that. Let's put it into context. So there's a difference between a man that doesn't have no type and he's like, he dates different, like he has different kind of girlfriends. Because I've seen men who you look at all their girlfriends look different. There's a difference between that man who dates based off of personality and the man who is a nympho and a freak. And he got all these different types and he's trying all these different types every weekend. There's a huge difference. Very big difference. Because one is actually rooted in substance and one is rooted in a bottomless pit of lust. That's what that is. Guys, if y'all are just now coming in, hit the like button. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to place my link in the chat. If you want to come up and you want to discuss anything that we talked about tonight, feel free to do it. You do not have to come up. You can just talk on your phone if you want to. But yeah, we can chit chat for a little bit before I have to get off of here and work. I feel like I'm always working. Yeah, I would love for somebody to come up and give their perspective on everything that we talked about. I've been on here for 4 hours, y'all, and I feel like the topics were so extreme. Like we went from talking to politics to talk about this ghetto tonight's conversation drama. You know, the range of a Gemini. You know, I can do both. So yeah, if anybody wants to come up and talk, I'm gonna leave that in here a couple of minutes. I don't know. Let's talk about the lesson, because I always feel like there should be a lesson in situations like this. Like, quit. You know, I feel like a lot of people feel like they need to get on somebody else's platform to get on. And I understand the temptation. Like, I definitely do, especially if somebody has more infrastructure or they have a bigger following than yours. And a lot of the times that can help your career. Yeah, like Binky, like, come on, sis. Is she up? Hold on, let me text her. She probably sleep. I'm gonna text her. But at the same time, you gotta vet. Don't just jump on every opportunity or because people seem good. Like, you gotta vet. You gotta use your spirit of discernment for real. I'm texting her right now. And I guess sometimes that has to come through experience. Like, I'm pretty sure she will never get into this type of situation again. But that's even why, dang, what's going on? Hold on. That's even why y'all don't see me do too many collaborations. Like, I'll come on, I'll go on there on 3Gs, or like I'll go on AP show, because I know I'm gonna get treated right when I go there, right? But like, a lot of these people on YouTube, a lot of these men especially, they have nefarious intentions. And why would I go on your show and let you mistreat me when I'm the value? You know, I went on one particular podcast, and I'm not even gonna mention their name, but I let them know about themselves real bad, to where, you know, I came on there in good faith. It was supposed to be a respectful conversation, and then when I get off, you doing all this shady stuff with your titles, and which just straight up disrespecting me. So like, I'm always careful about who I collaborate with, you know. And for her, it's like, if you're gonna be in a situation where you're in a relationship space, and this man is trying to make it seem like he's a good person, because thank you so much, AP. What's up, Binky? This man, like Ace, was trying to make it seem like he's a good man, but you know that they're not a good man. It would be hard for me to work around that for a long time. So like, I feel like her integrity should have kicked in a little bit earlier, but it's a learned lesson. What's up, Binky? Hey, sis.
Hey, girl. Can you hear me? I got my earbuds in.
Hold on. Yeah, let me mute myself while you talking. I'm so glad to have you on. Y'all, do y'all hear an echo when Binky talks? Y'all let me know. But yes, okay. What's up? What's up? Talk to me.
Girl, I was just literally laying here listening to you, and then I was like, you know what? I got to do something for work. And then I heard you say, Binky, I'm a texter. I'm a texter. And I was like, oh, let me go find my earbuds and jump on real quick.
Okay, girl. Yes, I'm happy that you're on, y'all. This is my girl. This is Binky. She's on the 3Gs podcast. Y'all go on what, every Wednesday?
Yeah, every Wednesday. Yeah, every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, you know, with the guys.
Are you still doing your show? Because I have not seen any updates or notifications.
Girl, I am. I'm gonna get back to it. I've discussed a few times, like getting back to it. It's just I've been busy with work and everything. But now that that's slowing down, I have to like come with a plan though. Like, I don't know what angle I'm gonna come from, what I'm gonna be like, what kind of content am I gonna be doing? Is it still gonna be the same? So I'm planning to come back though on the solo tip for sure.
Yes, you definitely need to, because your videos were really, really good. I feel like, yeah, but I definitely understand where you're going through trying to find yourself. I definitely kind of went through that these past couple months that I've been gone, because I was like, or not as consistent, because I was like, I don't want to pigeonhole myself into a space that I know I'm gonna grow out of, you know, like,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's hard, you know, you got to think long term. You know, people don't understand all what goes into it. But what do you think about, you can pick anything we talked about, whatever one interested you, and kind of give your opinion and perspective.
So I missed the beginning when you were talking to politics. I came like right at the tail end of that. And the funny thing about this whole ace metaphor conversation is that I don't watch that podcast, like that tonight's conversation. Like I've seen clips here and there, but I've never tuned in like on a regular basis. But somehow I saw that Tony Gaskins situation, a few months ago, like that came across my feed. So I'm kind of familiar with everybody, but you know, I don't really know those people like that. I could tell he's fake. I'm surprised they're as big as they are.
Yeah, like, you know why they're as big as they are? Because women are desperate.
Mm.
The vast majority of their audience and their cast members who are paying $200 and $300 to go see them, like, man, this is not Chris Brown.
What? No,
Yes,
like, please.
yes,
If I
bro.
could join a Zoom link and watch you, I'm not paying no $300.
They're paying big money. They're putting on their best clothes to come up there, and a lot of it, I feel like, is these women might see a particular cast member that they think look good because they have had some handsome men, so they feel like,
Yeah.
oh, he's single. I'm gonna look my best and come up here and looking sexy and ask these questions, and then they were paying extra money to do these meet and greets. So when she was talking about these men are busting down these women, like these are the women that they're meeting at the meet and greets.
No comment. That is crazy, but not surprising. It's a lot of lonely gals out there.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of this has to do with, like, it's kind of like, can you even blame the men? Like, yes, like, I guess when you just know how the majority of men think, you don't even blame the men. It's like we gotta start seeing game. And honestly and truly, like some of the questions that I see these women come up there to ask, I'd be like, girl, you ask that question in public, or your discernment should tell you the right thing to do. Like if you gotta stand up here in front of all these strangers and ask this question, and you know you ain't doing the right thing. So go ahead and make it happen what you need to make happen. And again, it's not to necessarily like judge the women for their decisions, because you got to go through the game to get the game. I haven't always made the best decision. I mean, like not last year, but like I guess what was that, 2023? I was in a situation that I never thought I'd be in, but I had to like snap out of that like hella quick, like, oh hell no. But I didn't need to go ask for no advice. Like my discernment told me this ain't
right for me.
This ain't right. And I'm really not listening to like, I'm really not trying to hear, I'm not gonna go ask no, like I ain't trying to, like, I don't know. My discernment was like telling me like, no, I wouldn't have went to a show like that and put my business on blast. I might ask somebody I'm close with, but then even in that situation, I'm only gonna talk to people who I know is gonna tell me the right thing,
Yeah, I hear you, girl. Did you see what AP said? He said he want us to break down what kind of men we like.
Oh yeah, I seen that. Do you want to go first or me? I can do it. I don't have
No,
no
you
problem.
first, because I feel like it leads kind of off of what you was just saying, like getting out of a situation. So I feel like you know what you're looking for, right?
Yeah, so you know what, to be honest, I like men that are kind of like shy. I know that might sound weird because I have such a big personality, but like I like men who are kind of shy and kind of quiet. Not necessarily like men that don't like to go have fun or are the type of men that I like are men that kind of like sit back and they watch me, like they observe me a lot. But it's crazy because those type of men are always intimidated by me. Like I even had I had an ex-boyfriend who I dated. He was like one of my first boyfriends, but he always would tell me like, he told me like later on, he was like, you're just so intimidating. But he used to like really like to, he would just let me have my personality. He would let me talk. He would let me dance and laugh. And even he'd see me talking to dudes, but he would be right there and just see me laughing. And he just liked to watch me in my element. But unfortunately, like sometimes what you like, they just be scared of you. They always feel like eventually you're gonna cheat on them because you got a little too much going on. But yeah, I like men who are like quiet, very masculine. Like the men that I tend to like, they don't post a lot of pictures and stuff on social media. A lot of times they won't even have a social media, or if they do, they just have one. They post every now and then. the dudes I like, they either got a lot of hair like me that they keep bringing up or something, or they got some waves or something like that. I like dudes that just real low-key dudes. I don't even know how to explain it. Real low-key masculine men. They might not talk a lot, but they like to listen a lot.
Oh, I like that. I can see you with that kind of guy. Like, I feel like your personality complements that type of man. Like, are you one of these women that are size queens when it comes to men, like certain height and all that kind of stuff?
I wouldn't say like, I feel like after like I dated a dude, like my daughter's dad, he was 5'9". That was the shortest that I dated. And honestly and truly, he's not my type at all, personality or looks, not at all. Like that was a relationship that I got into completely off of, he knew how to play it. Like he knew how to play it. So at that time I was young and I had low self-esteem, and he was one of those dudes who listened to that advice. Like, if you're mean to a girl, she will like you more. And that game definitely worked on me. But once I got like, and that's why it never, even after I had my daughter, I was never one of those chicks who were like, oh, I done had a baby, you gotta get married. I'm like, damn, like, how do I get away from this man? Because I had outgrew him. And then he used to always say, that's another thing. All the men that I dated since them, I didn't think I had a type, but now looking back, like all the men that I date, they do be light skinned. I ain't gonna hold you. Like they be light skinned or they be Hispanic. They be light skinned or Hispanic. So like he used to always tell me, like when we would argue, oh, you gonna leave me for a light skinned nigga? And I used to like be like, nah, but I think maybe he kind of peeped some things, or he kind of looked at some old boyfriends that I had and kind of felt away. But yeah, I always kind of like to date quiet Hispanic dudes or quiet light-skinned dudes that work hard. I like men who are very nice to me. That's another thing. Like since that relationship was kind of toxic, but all the dudes that I have been very, very kind to me, as far as like not cussing me out. They don't raise their voice. They'll open doors. It was just always some other kind of reason that it didn't work out. You feel me? Like, because there's more to it than just somebody being mean, whether they're mean to you or whether or not they cheat on you. And I'm one of those people, I'm not very forgiving. That's another thing. So things that could have possibly worked out had I had just allowed that person back into my life, or maybe been more understanding, they don't never work out with me. Because even if I try to talk myself into being forgiving, I'm not. I'm like a man. Like I'm very prideful when it comes to taking a man back, because I don't like feeling stupid.
I can believe that about you, girl. I definitely can. I would say for me, the type of dude I like, because I'm a pretty like square by the book type chick. For some reason, I kind of like them hood dudes, or like formerly hood dudes. Like for some reason, that's just what I am drawn to. I don't know why. And it's more so the formerly hood dudes. I can't really deal with the ones that's currently still in that kind of lifestyle. Like I'm way beyond any of that. But I really like dudes that's like, I don't know, just funny as hell, good to talk to, interesting dudes, smart dudes. Like I like someone that not only does look good to me, but I can have long conversations with, and like we don't have no gaps in conversation. Like I find that really attractive.
Let me tell you something, and this gonna sound so crazy to you. I do not like men that the kind of conversations that I sit up and have on my channel. I don't like dating men that can sit up and have them conversations. I like men that when I'm talking about that type of stuff, they sit up and look clueless. And this is why. What I found is men that are too articulate and too and it's not to say that I date dumb men, because it's not like that. I prefer to date a man that is a man of few words, and he likes to use his hands. Because I found that men that talk too much, or men, I don't know, sometimes a lot of times they manipulate. So they always try to run game on me. Like, no, I see the game. I prefer a simple-minded man, not necessarily dumb, just simple-minded, to where, you know, but then in the thing, they always feel insecure because they're like, well, she too smart. Like, why does she like me? And I'm like, I like you because like I know you I don't gotta worry about you. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I have dated. Okay, so the dude that I dated from the islands, I wouldn't say he was a hood dude. You know what it was? If he wasn't raised in the environment that he was raised in, he'd be like the quiet type of dude that I like. But I feel like because of the environment that he raised in and the things that he was around, he kind of had that street persona. But when you was around, he really wouldn't like that. Like, he really wouldn't like that. In my opinion, he really wouldn't like that. But for the most part, I don't like street dudes. Like, I don't like dudes that are drug dealers. Even I worked a lot of jobs where I was around a lot of drug dealers that tried to date me. I don't like that at all. I don't like that. I don't like that ratchet mentality. Like, I don't like dudes that be in the club and you just popping bottles, standing on furniture, you walking around with all this jewelry. I don't like street dudes at all. No, AP, it's not that I want the upper hand at all, because I'm not a control. I feel like when you say you want the upper hand, you want to be the one running game or controlling. It's not about that. It's that most of the time men that are very articulate and know a lot about it, when they don't do right with it. It's kind of like if you give even like a lot of women who are really smart and they know how to manipulate things. It's like if you give certain people certain powers, they don't do right with it, you know? So I don't trust a man who is very articulate and very adept in certain subjects to do right by me with that. And I've been right. Most of the time, even when I've tried to give it a chance, they always trying to get over. And I see you coming. Stop, you know? Versus the dude that is a bit more simple and he's not into all of that. A lot of times they're more genuine with me.
I could see that being the case. Do you think that they're more genuine with you because they just find you interesting? They like learning stuff from you. Why do you think they're more genuinely into you?
I think so. I think yeah, I will say that. I think they do like learning stuff from me. I feel like they're like those type of men are more likely to ask you about you. And I think when you kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. I feel like most of my life I've kind of been sexualized, or, you know, even men who like they appear to be intelligent. It's not about me when we're dating. It's not about them trying to genuinely get to know me as a person versus a man who is like dating a woman and he knows that she's smarter than him. And that's the thing. The men that are like intelligent or they're very articulate, I'm still smarter than them. It's just they haven't figured it out. But it's like a man that like knows that and respects that and is not like insecure about it. They're more likely to like listen to you and try to get to know you free. And it makes me feel seen. Like I don't know. I feel like when you are hypersexualized, when somebody actually sees you, like that's very important, you know?
Yeah, I get that. I think it's like the pretty girls, you know, want to be seen as smart. Smart girls want to be seen as pretty kind of thing. Like, that's just what it is. That happens. But it does feel good, right? When someone's like, wow, you're really smart. Like, oh, you know, damn, you're intelligent. Or dang, I never heard that before until you told me. Like, it make you feel good. It does. So I could definitely see how that could be a little ego booster, you know?
Yeah, and I feel like if you're in a relationship where it can become like competitive in nature. So I'm gonna say this. So they say like I'm gonna put it in perspective in terms of sign. They say Geminis and Libras are supposed to be compatible for a relationship. But if you are Gemini and you're listening to this, most of us have very strained relationships with Libra because we're both supposed to be the social butterfly, but a Gemini is just naturally that, and the Libra craves the attention. You feel me? Geminis, we are naturally sociable, but we really prefer to be left alone, if that makes sense. We have a really conservative, we don't care for the attention, we care for the conversation. The Libras is like they do it. It's all for the attention. So it's like when you get with a man that kind of has like a big personality like you, or maybe talks as much as you do, a lot of the time it creates resentment in him as well. So then he start getting upset because when y'all are going places, all of a sudden the attention is he used to be the funny guy, the attention used to be on him, and now y'all walk into a room and don't nobody care about him no more.
Yeah, you know something though, like whenever I've heard about like the signs of Libra and Gemini, like attention getters is not usually what I hear. Like Geminis, I always hear two-faced or two personalities, like the twin personality thing, but opposites. And then with Libras, I usually hear like very balanced, fair, thinkers. So I didn't know about the whole attention thing between the two of you, because if you think about it, to me they sound like a good match, right? Like someone that's could be quick to switch sides, you know what I'm saying, of their personality, and then someone that can help balance them out. Like it seems on paper like it would work.
No, it don't. It don't work, and it don't work. Okay, well, first of all, let me to put it into perspective, to give you understanding of a Gemini. People say we're two-faced, but it's not like that. We can see things from many different sides and many different angles, and we're indecisive people. And it's not that we're indecisive because we don't know what we want, because you can see things from all angles. It makes it hard to just all the way be so hard lined on certain things. You know what I'm saying? We're adaptable. So let me put it in perspective. Kanye West is a Gemini. Donald Trump is a Gemini. Tupac is a Gemini. Kendrick Lamar is a Gemini. Marilyn Monroe is a Gemini. So Angelina Jolie is a Gemini. These are people who were like very sociable, have these big personalities, attention grabbing people, but they do it for the sake, like they just like it, like they do it for the sake of it, not necessarily for the attention comes with it, right? Even if you think of all like the top, I saw a list of like the top 10 rappers, and the majority of are Gemini. Biggie Smalls was a Gemini. You feel me? So and when you think about these people, they're all very articulate, very good with wordplay, very good at talking to people. With a Libra, they just, I don't know, they're just weird people to me. I don't even, and you would think they'd be fair and balanced, but they weird people. I don't even, it's weird. They got a controlling nature. That's one thing about Geminis. Like, we don't be controlling in relationship, especially like a June Gemini. We don't care. That's why I don't care. I'm not going through no phone. I don't care if you want to go out of town or go on a trip. I'm gonna be happy that you give me some space.
Girl, I can relate to that. I'm a Leo. And, Leos are very boisterous, big personality kind of people as well. We're very emotional. We're sensitive. We're confident. We're attention getters. We're all of those things too. But I'm kind of there with the space thing. Like I love to love you, but I also love to get the hell away from you too. Sometimes like I love to miss you, but I also love to feel loved, you know what I'm saying, consistently, like, so that's kind of what, like, I feel like my next adventure is, to find somebody that could give me that for real.
You know what? Like, my daughter is a Leo. So my daughter is a Leo, and I've dated a Leo before. And like, she is the most loving person. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when Leos want to be, y'all get a bad rap. Because when like Leos are very loving people, but it's kind of like when Leos want attention, they want that attention when they want that attention. And if you don't get them that attention when they want that attention, then it's like it's up for your ass. It's up. AP says Geminis are con artists. Okay, I got a theory that male Geminis, like if you went and took a survey of all the men who were in prison for pimping, that a very large percentage of them are Geminis. Like male Geminis, I don't understand why women even try. Women don't have you don't got a chance. You don't got a chance.
I think a lot of them are serial killers.
Yes, they can't, it don't work on me, but they're very like slick with the mouth. They know how to talk to people. Again, there's a reason why the top 10 rappers, the majority of them are Geminis. They are very good with their words, and then they got the two sides. So it's like when you put that type of power into a man, it's diabolical. It's that women don't got no chance. You gave a man that is driven by testosterone way too much power. You should have never gave a man that kind of power.
Damn, that's a crazy way to look at it. I think Kendrick Lamar's a Gemini too.
Yeah, Kendrick is a Gemini. And then even if you take away like just the air, so like I said, Kendrick is a Gemini. Central C, I don't know if you would. I like Central C. He's a very good rapper.
I like the
Kendrick
Doja Cat song.
Yeah. Cinch is a Gemini. Who else? Tupac is a Gemini. Biggie was a Gemini. Kanye is a Gemini. I feel like I'm missing some people. It's a lot of them. And these are all like when you think of, I guess Central C, not so much now, but like when you think of all the tops, they either a Gemini or like J. Cole. He's an Aquarius, and an Aquarius is a more stable, more calm, rational version. We get along good, both air signs.
Girl, I feel like you have all these cool people that you know are your sign, and all I could think of is Edward. I'm like, Edward Furlong is a Leo. Like, who the hell is that? He was in Terminator 2. I don't know why I know that he was a Leo. Other than that, I don't know other Leos. Maybe J-Lo or something.
Mark Cuban.
Is he really?
Yeah, he is. You know what? It's crazy. I done got so good at like telling signs. Somebody that I know who knows him was like telling me about something that he did. You know, because I'm from Dallas. They were telling me about like something, like his personality, and I'm like, girl, that sounds like some Leo mess. And sure enough, I'm like, oh yeah, he for sure a Leo. He a Leo, you know. But he got money. Period. I'm trying to think, who else do I know is Leonardo DiCaprio Leo?
I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I know Obama's a Leo. Like, but I don't know anybody else really. I don't know. Maybe Madonna. I don't know.
Speaking of Obama, not to switch subjects, but I'm gonna have to talk about this on a live.
Yeah.
Girl, did you hear about Obama and Jennifer Aniston?
No. Those are two names that I never would think I would hear together.
Girl, it's out there. It's out there, and it's been going around for a hot little minute. So, you know, Michelle ain't been showing up. Like, she ain't been doing her wifely duties. She didn't go to Jimmy Carter's funeral, and she didn't go to the Donald Trump's inauguration. And regardless of whether or not what's going on, you know, you would think that because they have a very public political relationship, she would show up to support her man. Then they took this one little weird picture where they were sitting across the table holding hands. But it's very much, so I've seen that and all of that was weird. But then I started hearing about Jennifer Aniston. So people are talking about that's out there that Obama is dating Jennifer Aniston.
What?
Yes, that they are headed toward divorce, and he is dating Jennifer Aniston. And you know, where there is smoke, there is fire. Most of the time when this stuff come out, it's only a matter of time.
Oh yeah, that is so true. I swear I haven't heard that, but I'm definitely gonna get to Googling when we get up off of here to see what's up with that. But you know something? I think her birthday, Michelle Obama's birthday was recently or something like that, because I feel like he made like a heartfelt post to her and her response was kind of short, whatever it was.
Yes, and he been popping up at different places without her. Yes, it's definitely giving us on the rocks. And I remember she did that interview. This was a while ago. where this might have been 2016, 2015, and she was like, for 10 years straight, I hated my husband. I guess she was alluding to, that time that he was in the White House, but I'm like, well, I know it's a stressful time, but why you hate that man? So I think it's on the rocks. And if it is, people are going to be crushed because, Black love.
Oh gosh, the con that is Black love. Can we release ourselves from the shackles of Black love? Like that is almost a cursed phrase. Like it's not only a cursed TV show, I think was on OWN, but it's like it's a cursed phrase. I mean, look at the bastions of Black love, Remy Ma and Papoose. You know what I'm saying? Like they were never on that show, but they used to use that hashtag a lot. They used to have shoes that said that. And look at them, Will and Jada. It could go on and on and on.
Yeah, my whole thing is date who you like. Don't be staying together for the sake of Black love. Like if you gonna be with somebody, just like they can be like, why can't you just love somebody who happens to be Black? Like, just love them because you like them, not because they happen to be Black or they checked off that tick mark. Now it's different if you're already like, if that's what you're attracted to, but I feel like a lot of people stay together because they're like, oh, we want to show that Black people can stay together. Meanwhile, y'all should have been got a divorce. Like y'all should have been moved around.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I'm definitely for people dating who makes them happy because we do really only have one life to live. Like who wants to waste their life keeping up appearances forever? You know what I'm saying? Especially if you stumble upon somebody that like just, unlock something in you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm not going to keep that up for appearances myself, but that's just me, and I also don't probably have as much. No, I know I don't have as much to lose as them, but I think like publicly or, reputation wise, I think Obama will take a big hit if this is true. I think even though it should not be an issue, it would be a huge issue for Black women if he was with her.
Yes, and what's really sad, and I'm tired of seeing it. I'm really tired of seeing it because I want better. I want better for Black women so bad. I was watching Jalen Hurts, and Jalen Hurts' fiance is Black. They look beautiful.
Yeah.
She's beautiful. He's fine. They look great together. It's a beautiful couple, right? But it's like all in the comments. Yes, finally somebody with a Black woman, and it's like y'all quit posting this type of shit in public. It makes it look like don't nobody want you. Stop. Like stop being so excited every time you see somebody with a Black woman. Act like you should be there. Act like, well, duh. Act like it shouldn't even be talked about. Quit getting so excited every time you see somebody dating a Black woman. Is it? Stop it. And they think it's like, they think it's taking a dig at the Black men who don't date Black women. Or I don't know if it's a way for them to try to like boost their self-esteem, but it's not a good look. And then when other people, like when you try to date, first of all, that sends the message to Black men that they are the prize, right? And when I say the prize, like, we should be grateful that they want us, and then it sends a message to other groups of men that your own men don't even want you. So like you should feel blessed that I want to date you. Like it's the bad message. We need to quit commenting on it. We need to leave that conversation in the past. It's not a good look for us.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it does show a lack of self-esteem, that we have. And not to say that some of that isn't warranted, right? Like if you haven't seemed to be the beauty standard for a long time, you are probably going to develop some complexes, and some of us work through that faster than others. So, I'll give some grace there, but I do agree. We are at a time now where we are grown enough to know, the majority of us that be in those spaces are grown enough to know better and grown enough to do better. I do agree with that.
Girl, and then a lot of it be, I ain't even gonna hold you. I I feel like a lot of the complex be from some of the decisions that Black women make. And let me explain. That's not to dismiss, like, I know a lot of Black women have grown up in hearing negative things being said about them, negative things being said in media and music, but like some of it be too that, like, again, you're married to this ideology or this concept of Black love. Like, I've talked to so many Black women who, like, I know, like, if you go to Puerto Rico, it's so many Puerto Rican men that are light skinned or my color or white looking Puerto Ricans that is walking around with a dark skinned Black woman. Like they, you feel me? Like, there's so many places where I have gone where the men like dark skinned Black women, right? But you try to say it, you try to tell them that, and then they're like, well, I only want to a Black love. I only want to date a Black man. That's why you got low self-esteem, boo, because you not going where you're celebrated. You're not going where you're gonna get treated right. That's why you think don't nobody want you, because you can't step out and see that it's plenty of people all over the world that want you. Like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy and lie, you know?
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Like, I personally have always been in very mixed situations growing up, and going to school and working and all that jazz. So I've always had a very mixed group of men that have, been on the platter for me, you know what I'm saying? Or been, interested in me or up in my face, It's never really been the same looking guy or the same type of guy. They all over the place. And I think some women, because a lot of Black women do want Black men, they don't pay attention to those other ones. Like, even when they are kind of shooting the signs and showing interest, they don't even look at him like that. So they don't even see it.
No, that's facts. And not to like talk about the brothers or nothing like that. It's just like some of the stuff that I see, different cultures have different cultural norms. That just is what it is. And I don't know what other way to say that. So like when I hear Black women complain about nobody taking them out on dates, when I hear Black women complain about men not opening doors or doing stuff like pulling their chair out and stuff like that, I'm like, that is normal. Like that is normal. Like that is not. And then they characterize all men, and I'm like, there are cultures that you would date in, and that is just that's the standard. This won't even be a conversation. But you over here like dealing with the same stuff over and over and over again. Okay, you like Black men, but you don't like the cultural norms. Go find some. If you like the cultural norms and you're fine with it, quit complaining. If you don't like the cultural norms, go date in a culture where that is the standard. And it's like you keep having the same. That like I ain't never had no problem getting no date. I ain't never had a problem with a man pulling out my chest. Shoot, they be like, dang, you getting the stuff before I can get to it. So it's like some of the stuff I see is complaint. It's basic. Like it's basic. It's in other cultures. You feel me? And again, I'm all for like if Black women want to date Black men, that's fine. Like I'm all for that. But I'm like, okay, you gotta learn you gotta learn to like what comes with dating in our culture. And if you don't like what comes with dating in our culture and it's making you feel bad about yourself or it's making you feel like you can't get what you want, then you need to go date in a culture where the stuff that you want is just the norm. It's the standard.
Yeah, I think that's really great advice. And thank you, AP. I just saw his comment that you highlighted there. I appreciate that. I love talking to Mariah. And I love listening to her. Like when you used to call into the show or when y'all did, collab shows, I just was like, man, this girl. And she's just so interesting. I mean, he is obviously AP is very interesting himself. He has an interesting point of view on things, and I feel like I learn a lot watching him. But I feel the same about you. You know what I'm saying? Like you have, even though you're younger than me, I feel like you've had experiences that probably made you grow up faster than me, and so there's a lot that I can learn from paying attention to you too.
Oh, that's really sweet, Binky. And yeah, I mean, you've always been such like a good spirit. You feel me? And that's what I'm saying. You put so much love and like good energy toward people. And that's why I asked you about your show. Cause I'm like, bro, you gotta come on. Like, you gotta like start don't forget you while you're pouring into everybody else, while you're showing up and support. Like you've always showed up and support me. You've always showed up and support 3G. Like you're such a good friend and supporter, but like I don't want you to lose sight of like what you had. So it's like you gotta find out how to pour back into you because you have a lot to offer in terms of like really good energy. Like even when I was over at 3Gs, like they love you over there. You feel me? So you bringing a lot to the table as far as you're the type of person that you can talk to people and talk to them about themselves in a completely non-judgmental way. It feels like warm. I don't know how to explain it. So I could see you interviewing people.
Really?
Oh,
Thank you,
definitely.
girl. Thank you for that. Like my friend was telling me that one of my homeboys that like he's dating one of my friends, like when they were over here, he was saying he was like, you just ask good questions. I don't know. Like I just like talking to you. I feel like we just be chilling out and told you, all my business, for 45 minutes. I didn't even realize it. But I'm like, I'm just genuinely interested in people. And I'm interested in like learning from people. And I appreciate like all the kind things you said, like about my potential or like my gifts and things that, I have to give. Like, honestly, that's something that, AP, I see you say, please tell Mariah. That is something that AP has repeatedly said to me. He's like, listen, we appreciate everything you do, but I want to make sure that you take care of you. And I want to make sure that you shine that light on yourself. And, it's like, we're the Avengers. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are separately our own entities and our own powerful thing. And then 3Gs is the Avengers. We come together and, we super. So I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, not only do I mean, well, I guess more comes into it than just like what you're doing because it's the whole like shorts and things like that. But I mean, my point is there are like 7 days a week. You feel me? Like there are 7 days a
Mm-hmm.
week for you to go, you have time to go build, even if you just work on your platform like once a week. And like you give me Angie Martinez energy. You know how Angie Martinez is just like people love to go do interviews with her. She creates such a welcoming, warm environment. It's never hostile. People just go on her show and talk like it's not forced. I don't know if you know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. People love interviewing with Angie Martinez.
Yeah, that's sheesh. Yeah, if I'm giving those kind of vibes, that is a huge compliment because like she's one of the best, forever. I used to listen to her shows sometimes on the internet. Like, I'm in Florida. So obviously she's in New York, but they used to have on their website like episodes or streams of the shows or whatever. And I used to listen to that while I was working just to hear her. She was awesome. Or she is still. She's still doing it. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and
We
you
gonna
can
see her.
consistently be that way. Girl, look, why when I came on the show, when AP and them wasn't on, baby, first of all, they was eating my smoke detector up. And then, girl, they was not feeling me over there on 3Gs. They said, what was that? Somebody said I give Dr. Bryant vibes.
Girl.
They was on me bad. So the women were like, my attitude was bad and nasty. Like they were saying, like that was seeing somebody was like, she not smiling.
Oh my god. You know what, Mariah, though, let me say this. That 3Gs is not an easy place, you know what I mean, to go as a lady because it's like the dudes in a barbershop, you know what I'm saying? And they want to talk about us, they don't want to talk to us, and they don't want to hear what we gotta say. To be honest, you know what I'm saying? So it's already kind of a lion's den to go into, but I saw some of the comments and I was like, man, I'm gonna tell you the truth, girl. And maybe it'll make sense when like how I messaged you later after that. But like I just remembered how we talked about you being on other platforms before and how you were treated on those platforms before and like how the comments like annoyed you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I was like, that tells me she reads comments. So that means she's over here reading this stuff. and I got to make sure she's okay. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's why I reached out to you, because I just wanted to make sure that, like, you were a guest on our show. So even though the audience is, we like to roast over there. So that's really what a lot of it is. It's like, that's kind of how they show you they love you. They roast you. But I just wanted to make sure, like, you were cool with the energy, and that you were very welcome over there, and you were wanted there.
Oh yeah, of course. I always get treated good over there. Nah, and with comment, like, I do be reading them, I do be seeing them, but I'm not the type of person who, like, I'm not gonna react. I'm not because some of the times, like, people will just say stuff in the comments and they just trying to get a reaction out of you, And it wasn't even just like, I'll say this. I will say that I kind of felt like some of the energy, like, from the women that were commenting, like, because the men were kind of be trying to be funny. Some of the women was just kind of being weird, And I always know when women just trying to be petty and throw shade, But at the same time, I wasn't gonna give it energy, because I'm like, who cares? I don't care what you're talking about, girl. Like, I don't care what you're talking about. And as far as, like, the whole, like, smiling thing, it's like, bruh, this is entertainment, but I'm not gonna be fake and smile. Another thing too, that like, the way I joke is differently. So I think a lot of people will kind of get upset if I don't laugh at their jokes, but if I don't laugh, it just wasn't funny to me, So, like, even when I went back and listened, I was like, oh dang, they were trying to joke. You know what I'm saying? Like, or I'm looking at it, like, oh, they were trying to joke and I didn't react at all. And some people, would probably see that as me being, like, mean or a bitch, but it just wasn't funny. Like, it didn't catch my attention. Like, I'm don't care, So it's certain jokes that, like, men say that to me, like, for example, I don't like dirty jokes. I don't like jokes that are way too dirty. I like I like jokes that are kind of funny and light. So when I hear a dirty joke, it's not, and then if I'm paying attention to it, I'm more inclined to, like, be like it than laugh about it,
Yeah, I feel you, girl. And listen, you got to be true to you. That's one of the things that draws me to you. You know what I'm saying? That you are, like, authentically you. If you agree, you agree. And if you disagree, then damn it, you disagree. And that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I like that you're comfortable just being yourself wherever you are.
Yeah, and I had a good time. Like, I would definitely, if y'all ever want to, I would definitely come on again. I think, like, the topic would just have to kind of be different. Like, I would love
Yeah.
to, like, if I came back on again, I wouldn't want to, especially since, again, it's like more men over there. I would like to give
hmm
my opinion on something more social versus, like,
Relationship based.
Or I wouldn't want to be asked questions about how I feel about relationships, right? I don't know, Biggie. I feel like sometimes some conversations are triggering to people depending on who they come from. Like, I feel like a lot of times men will start projecting stuff on you, or they start thinking about the woman that rejected them, so now they feel away. I don't know. It just be weird. I don't really too much like talking about my relationship opinions in male spaces.
Well, yeah, and that's probably smart, because sometimes, they'll find a way to turn things on you, right? So they'll get all in your business, and then that'll become a weapon, whatever your business is.
Yeah, and I'm like, bruh, I ain't even trying to trigger you. Like, I ain't trying to trigger you, because I don't care. Like, I don't care, God. People gonna do what they want to do at the end of the day. So I think it's kind of like, it's sometimes, yeah, it does. I feel like when I go back and look, I was like, oh, I did kind of seem a little bit more on edge. Yeah, I would definitely like to talk about something a lot lighter, some
Yeah,
politics or stuff.
no, I
Something,
get
yeah, I
it.
think that would have
Yeah,
been
I
better.
get it. We'll get you back on for sure. We'll have make sure AP is there too, or whatever.
I think,
Because
you know
that
what? I think that would have made a difference too.
it would have.
I think it would have made a big difference. You feel me? And then a lot of things too, I feel like the energy be different when AP is there. Cause okay, so first of all, you're more the calm one. GMS is always gonna give the like he's always gonna give the do the right thing. Like he's always gonna give the do the right thing. You know what I mean? He's always gonna give the like do the right thing, and that's just him. He's always gonna give the do the right thing response, you know. And then like me and AP, we just see the world very, very similarly. You feel me? I think that would have went a completely different way if he would have been on it. What do you think, AP?
Oh Lord, that's funny. He'll probably agree with you. No, but I definitely I believe that, and it's crazy because like now that I'm on the show, because before I was backstage for a long time, people didn't even know, you know what I mean, that like I was part of the crew or whatever. And like we would have these arguments, you know what I'm saying, backstage sometimes before the show, just kicking it, talking about what they're gonna talk about, or we would have them after the show, but I just wasn't on the air with it, you know what I mean? And so it's fun to kind of like give y'all the peak of the four of us together and like how we just vibe and kick it, because we really do vibe and kick it, and we all have our roles that we just know how to play.
Yeah, and you know what? Like I was on there, and when I listened to the playback, I was like, "Dang, I wish I would have took some more time." I feel like while I was in the moment, I didn't focus as much. I feel like my attention was being redirected elsewhere, but I feel like I didn't focus as much on what GMS was saying. And I was like, GMS was really saying some good stuff, or he was saying some stuff that like he was saying some stuff that I really would have had liked to kind of like piggyback off of. Like he was really, like again, I love the whole do the right thing response. AP is saying, let's do a show about flat earth. I mean, we could do it. I have to do my research before, because honestly and truly, I don't know too much about the whole flat earth theory. That's not something that, do you know anything about that, Bianca?
A little bit. I don't know a lot about it myself. I know that there was at one point a documentary on Netflix about it that I started watching and I kind of fell asleep on, but the only because I was tired when I started watching it. But basically the gist of it that I've kind of seen is that, as odd as the concept sounds, it hasn't been as easy to disprove these people as you would think it would be. Like, they should be shut down a long time ago, it seems like, and they're not. So I'm definitely curious, but I know that it won't matter to me, right? Like whether the earth is round or flat, I still got to get up and go to work. So, doesn't really matter, but I am interested in the subject.
I kind of feel like this, I always don't understand why people are so quick to shut a conversation down or call other people crazy, because the fact of the matter is, the only reason why the rest of us think that the earth is round is because we got taught it in school and we read it in a book. Unless you've been to outer space and you've actually looked down and seen with your own eyes, you don't know what the hell we on. Okay? We really, nobody knows. Like unless you've been to outer space, you don't know. So I don't like it when people are just so easily dismissive of these theories, because again, all of this is based off of what we read, not what we've seen with our own eyes. So I'm definitely open to hearing it. The bottom line is, we can never know unless we go see, and you can't see unless you get in a rocket. You feel me?
No, that's so true. And honestly, like they say we're probably more on like a dome, shape kind of planet or whatever, where it like we have a dome over the top of us, but the earth part is flat. There's no round part at the bottom. So, I don't know. It's definitely, I could see it, there's a lot of things that make me say, when it comes to what we've been indoctrinated with as children and adults.
Well, no, we need to talk about that, because okay, now that you done talked about the dome, I think you're talking about the firmament. It's so much stuff. Like, okay, now that I think about it, it's some stuff that I've kind of picked up on, even though I haven't looked into it. But yes, there's actually a lot that we could talk about. Y'all, okay, now we done brought it up. We need to set it up.
I know we need to get it cracking.
Yes, like for real. I think that would be good. What you say, AP? Binky on what she don't sound like AP Jr. And I swear, who is Leonard? We never talked about that for real.
No, he's right. No, he's saying on what you don't sound like AP Junior. Yeah.
Oh, so you're trying to say you said the same thing, AP?
Mm-hmm.